time to define who's going to get into the main event here today. This is the second round of the Stars Championship Series, the King of the Castle, live from Newcastle, Indiana at Castle Motorsports Park. My name is Caleb Yeska. Alongside me here in the booth, Simon Sykes, as Xander Clemens will be joining us here later on today. But we get set to go green here on a 16-turn, very, very difficult racetrack with mixed conditions. And already looking here out of the window, some drivers opting to go on the slick weather tire, others on the wets, and it looks like the majority still opting to go on wets. A couple on slicks though here further back in the field, so we may be in for some big movers here in this one. But wow, let's see what it looks like here in a couple of seconds. We showed you your starting grid earlier on in the day, but let's show you let's run through your grid here in this pre-final. A late engine change for the 808, starting from the rear of the field. That's Luca Gomez. But starting on the pole position, Bex Cranston alongside Jacob Scheibele. Jackson Baldus and Ezekiel Height starting on row 2. You have Connor Corsi and Marco Romero trying to drive his way into the main event here on row 3. Casey Mosley starting on row 4 alongside Julian Pollard. Jack Feibler starting on row 5 alongside Isabella Simpson. Then you go back to Donovan Hogan, Luca Brancati, Charlie Myers, Kennedy Tracy, Cadence Presley, Christopher Utsi, Ryan Mort, Homer Heeman, Alex Miller, Thomas Anthony, Evan Patton, White Smith, Lucian Laser, Raider Santos, Luca Gomez, and Jeremiah Thomas. Your 26 drivers that get set to go green here today to look to transfer into the main event here, Simon.
Big field, but only 10 drivers going to make it to the final later today as they come through the last couple of 90-degree corners, getting set to take the green flag. I'm only seeing a couple of karts up there at the tail end of the field having to catch up quickly to make the start of this race. We'll see as they come through the last corner if everyone can slow down and get into line. They'll head into the tram lanes and get set to take the green flag here for pre-final B of KA Junior. Into the tram lines, looking good, and we are green and racing into turn number 1 for KA Junior.
Everybody trying to cycle through side by side. Romero making moves on the inside. He's able to get clear, and we're not sure who's on the rain weather tire and who's on the slicks. But if you look at the silver aluminum wheels, you'll be able to tell who opted to go on the wet weather tires and who opted to go on the slick weather tire. And you're already starting to see some drivers slipping and sliding around. It seems like early on, the wet weather tire is the option for the first lap. And a couple of drivers already out of this one here early. Unfortunately, one driver in the grass and out of this one.
Looking through the field, I was seeing majority wet tire. A couple of drivers opting for that slick, and you see action in the green corner. That's Mark Romero getting run a bit wide. He was up into that third place, now falling back down the order into the mix, nearing the edge of the transfer zone. We'll wait and see what the lineup is when they cross around for the first time by. But there, Marco Romero on your screen, having issues throughout the weekend, showed some good pace, but finds himself in pre-final B with a good start initially and then run a bit wide, now finding himself side by side as they head into the tail section of the track.
Yeah, they continue jumping position. There goes Romero on the inside, looking to get clear. He does. Marco Romero up another spot on Jack Fiber there. Connor Utsi in this group as well. So they continue to cycle through, and we'll see who your leader is. Bex Cranston still leads. Jacob Scheibele still leads. Third for Jackson Baldus. Isabella Simpson sits fourth. Connor Corsi, P5. Down near the transfer spot sits Marco Romero, Christopher Utsi, and Jack Fiber. And more moves further back there inside and clear for the 827 of Casey Mosley.
And that was for the transfer spot. So you see Romero there in 8th, Yahtzee in 9th, and behind him that 3-kart battle. That is for your transfer. They're fighting hard early in the traffic, piling up in front of Romero. So this could quickly turn into a big fight near that transfer zone as we watch him go through scoreboard corner. More side-by-side action. The 825 of Tracy in that MPG Motorsports machine losing a spot as we tab into Romero coming through the corner, catching the traffic in front of him. A lot of action to start off this KA Junior Pre-Final B.
Yeah, Tracy having to work their way into the main event here for Tracy. So going to have to do some work here that they want to work their way into the main event. The 882 of Jack Fiber got past that time, so still some work. Mosley, the driver in the transfer spot, has more moves further in the field. That's Mosley looking for another move. Wasn't able to get clear that time by on UT. Marco Romero wants to go, though, inside and clear for Marco Romero on Julian Pollard.
And Romero working his way back up through the field. Initially with a good start, shuffled back, now finding a few more spots as he works past another driver, should promote him up into 7th place. So you can see this is the battle for the transfer. Romero there in 7th. 8th behind him is Corsi, Pollard in 9th, and then Yauzi in 10th. So this is the final transfers into the race, and just behind them, Mosley, as they go side by side in front of him, seeing opportunities open up to transfer into the main later today. Still 8 minutes plus 2 laps remaining, but a lot of action near the transfer spot as we see Mosley down to the inside looking to make that move for the transfer spot, not going to complete it just yet.
Yeah, wasn't able to get clear that time by. You saw the teammates Julian Pollard and Connor Kersey. Sorry for mixing them up. They look very similar here on the racetrack, but the two of them still working here and trying to work their way further and further up the field. There's UT looking to get through. Not close enough. The 831 of Pollard currently behind UT here, and they continue to battle. Mosley right behind them for the last of the transfer spots, and they're all going to jockey for position. There goes Mosley inside of Pollard, not close enough that time by. Pollard able to stay ahead.
And more action side by side, everyone trying to push themselves farther inside the top 10, but the more they fight for that 10th position, the more you bring other drivers into the conversation, looking to make their way into the main later today, as you see fighting just in front there. That is the 848 losing a spot. Corsi losing it to Pollard as Pollard goes by and stacks up the field behind him.
Yeah, so let's see what it looks like now. UT now ahead. Let's see what it looks like with UT leading us around here for this group. This is the transfer spot. It's UT 7th, Corsi 8th, Pollard currently in 9th, but he's falling under fire to Casey Mosley, who looks to make a move. Not close enough. The two comp carts get together, and a lot of drivers go around there in the I-70 hairpin. Pollard is out. Corsi is out. The 825 there is out as well. A lot of drivers collected, and a lot of drivers out of this one early.
And in an instant, 3 drivers, 4 that had a chance at the transfer zone, instantly out of this race. And regardless of getting back on track, they're so far back now, it's not going to matter to make it into the top 10. Just a little bit too much too early, a little error under braking into turn 1, and 4 drivers that had a decent shot of making the main later today out of this race. You see the 882 there of Fieber sitting off to the side, all hope lost.
Yeah, and Kennedy Tracy out of this one early, so unfortunate there for Kennedy as well. She's going to be out of the main event and out of this race. She was able to get back going, but man, very, very disappointing. And the two comp carts look to be racing their way in, and for Pollard and everybody else, everybody just, goodness gracious, out. And the visor there open, you see with the rain here. I mean, that's just trying to get as much visibility as you can here.
And visibility can be especially tough. Running that tinted visor, not specifically made for the rainy conditions, more made to shield you from some of the sunlight. So difficulty seeing early in this race causes that driver to just go ahead and pop the lid, see if he can get better visibility as he works his way inside the top 10. That is your P10 driver of Gomez.
Yeah, Luca Gomez there lapping around. Started at the tail end of the field after an engine change at the end of the second heat race. And he's trying to race his way into the main event. He currently sits there in 10th. Seems like whatever he did overnight, whatever that comp kart team did overnight is definitely working in the main event here as it stands, and looking to go one spot better, but has Wyatt Smith right ahead of him at the moment. But already the drivers who provisionally are in: Bex Cranston, Jacob Scheibele, P2, Baldus, Isabella Simpson, Donovan Hogan, Marco Romero up to P6, Christopher Yutzi, Casey Mosley, Wyatt Smith, and the two drivers here, Luca Gomez, who's now looking for a move side by side in between himself and Wyatt Smith, jockeying for they're both in the show, so but just battling for the 9th position.
Gomez looking for P9. He was over a second quicker last time by. He'll go to the inside this time on Smith, going to get the job done for 9th place. Still a nice margin behind them, so both drivers safely into the main as it stands, but chaos could happen. We've already seen it once this race. There could be another shakeup, so these drivers, while safe now, could change rapidly as we tab back towards the front. That is Cranston under attack from Jacob Scheible, who's only 0.2 of a second back last time by on that rear bumper of your leader. Cranston in that 826 Elling Kart machine still under fire as they head into scoreboard corner. Scheible not going to look for the move this time.
Yeah, it wasn't close enough that time by for Scheible to get the move done. Still there on the rear bumper for Jacob Scheible. Is he going to go this time? Not close enough in the green corner, and they just continue to lap around here. And I mean, I can't fail to mention as we look out of our box here, Simon, that dry line just getting a little bit more and more just drier and drier as the race progresses here.
And so with these drivers both on the wet weather compound and the track drying rapidly, they'll be looking to preserve those wet weather tires. They have a 4-second advantage to Baldus out behind, so there's no reason to push for two drivers that are guaranteed to start in the main as long as they cross the line in the current order as it stands. And no pressure from behind as we tab just a little bit farther back into the field to the 870 machine of Smith, who currently sits in P10. He's got a safe gap behind him. Multiple seconds to the next group of drivers. This is P11 on back, a move down the inside there for one of the MPG Motorsports machines. That was Ryan Mort as he goes by into the 11th position. A lot of work to do to get up to this driver right here, Smith, in that 870 as he crosses the line. Just under 3 minutes plus 2 laps remaining. So a big gap. All he has to do is manage, but there is a hungry pack behind him.
Yeah, hungry pack indeed. About 3 seconds behind here at the moment for Ryan Morton. That's a lot of time to really look for and gain here at the moment. So we'll see. We'll try and spot what tires Ryan Morton is on. But still, he has a lot of work to do to get to the rear bumper here of Wyatt Smith here. So it looks like he's getting a little bit closer, but we'll see how it progresses.
Last time by 0.7 of a second quicker for the driver in P11. That is Ryan Mort closing quickly to that rear bumper of Smith, and you see it visibly on your screen now. Both karts coming into frame. The battle for P10 is on as the crowd watches from the fence line, eager to see the results of this one.
Yeah, the fences are aligned. The MPG Academy with lead Race Liberante, Chase Jones, and Billy Vincent all watching on as their driver, the 812 of Ryan Mort, looks to transfer in to the main event. He's getting closer and closer every corner, every second, getting as much time out of that Kart Republic as he can.
And it's bittersweet for the MPG machine because while Mort is secure, or Smith is secure in the top 10, it is Ryan Mort behind him, also an MPG car outside the transfer zone. So ultimately, if things continue, it'll be a race between two MPG karts to determine the transfer position.
Yeah, so the kart currently in 10th, that's a DR Racing kart, and that's the MPG Academy of Ryan Mort as he looks to transfer in, but he's already making up some time. The gap last time by went down by a whole second here, so Ryan Mort gonna arrive on the scene here, has a minute here to close down the gap. If he can get another second and another second with 2 laps to go, he may just be there just in time. The lap time is here about 1 minute and 27 seconds, so he may have 3 more laps to transfer in to the main event here later today.
And my apologies, that was 2 MPG karts, both outside the transfer zone. So Mort sitting there in P11. He's got another teammate just a couple of karts behind him down in about P13. Both drivers outside looking in at the moment, but Mort trying to get to that rear bumper of Wyatt Smith. He was a lap faster last time by, matching the pace of the leader, a 26.6 for Ryan Mort. It was also a 26.6 for Cranston out in the lead, and it was only a 27.6 for Wyatt Smith. So a second a lap advantage, only 0.8 of a second back. It is on if he can get there. Issues for the 843 Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic machine as he is out. Homer Heeman out of this race.
Homer Heeman was actually right behind Ryan Mort, able to get ahead of Cadence Presley, so he was up in a 12th. But Homer out of this one early as Marco Romero continuing to make moves. They're in the battle there, still further up. That's about the top 5 there. Let's look back at your transfer spot here. Ryan Mort, let's see what the gap's at now for Mort, 1.5 seconds. He continues to lap here. 3 laps to go, 2.5 left as he gets through the shark fin. Ryan Mort needs to do the exact same thing he's been doing. When he crosses the stripe, Justin Dittrich will have the 2.6 in the air, and Ryan Mort going to have to close down that gap even more.
And with another 9/10 of an advantage that time by, he might just have enough time to get there on the last lap. We're going to wait and see as the action heats up. MPG crew standing by, watching Ryan Mort try to make his way into the main event later today. He has the pace. Does he have the racecraft to get by Smith in front of him?
Chase Jones and the entire MPG team looking on as their driver looks to transfer in to the main event here. He gets closer and closer every single corner, taking as much track as he can. Wyatt Smith gonna fall under fire, looks behind, sees that Mort is closing down, and then Mort took a look over his shoulder, saw that he has some space to get to the fighting. 2 laps to go when they cross the stripe this time.
And this is about to be a fight for the transfer, because while Wyatt Smith was slower than Ryan Mort, he's getting run down by the MPG Motorsports machine. He is also a good bit quicker than Casey Mosley in front of him, so this could turn into a 3-kart fight for the transfer zone. Gomez there in P9, only running a 27.9 last time by, 0.6 of a second advantage to Wyatt Smith in P10. And now you see the MPG Motorsports machine starting to get to that rear bumper. This is 8, 9, and 10 on your screen. The fight for the transfer is on.
The fight for the transfer definitely on. And now for Smith, he's going to fall under fire here in a couple of corners. Ryan Mort has to continue to push, has to continue to get every ounce of speed out of that Kart Republic here. Ryan Mort pushing with everything that he's got to get to the rear bumper there of Wyatt Smith. 1 lap to go when they cross the stripe next time by. Mort continuing to push, looking to transfer into the main event.
MPG Motorsports machine, Kart Republic powered, looking hooked up as he chases down the P10 in front of him. And while he chases down P10, Smith in that P10 position chasing down Gomez in front of him.
Oh, a big off there by Smith. Now Mort going to look to make the move. Smith going defensive there from Ryan Mort. Mort's still looking to get the move done. And everybody on the sideline. There goes Mort on the inside. He's transferred into the main event here as it stands. Smith out of the main event here at the moment. Mort has to push through, and a big cheering section there for Ryan to continue to push to get away from Wyatt Smith and race his way into the main event here. 1 lap to go, the final time around for these drivers.
White flag in the air, 10 drivers going to transfer into the main today, and you see how hard Gomez is pushing in front of Ryan Mort, and then in turn Smith behind him charging through turn number 1, trying to get his way back to the MPG kart. Still a couple of kart links behind. There's a few more corners left, 1 more chance, but he needs a couple of kart links closer to be able to make that move. It's just about 3 to 4 kart links separating the two of them now. This is P10 and P11 on your screen, the last and final transfer spot into the main for KA Jr. later today. He is up back to that rear bumper, driving that kart as hard as he possibly can. He's reeled back in that gap, and we'll see if he can make the move under Mort. Mort low to defend.
Oh,
Smith moves him out of the way, and he'll turn Mort into the 11th spot. And Gomez still in 9th. It is Smith, in fact, going up into that P10 position. We'll wait and see if there are any post-race penalties, but provisionally Smith transferring his way into the top 10, and it is Ryan Mort on the outside looking in with just a couple of corners left.
Just a couple of corners left. Across the line now, Jacob Scheible wins the pre-final B. Cranston, Romero, Hogan, Baldus, Utsi, Mosley, Isabella Simpson slated across the line next. P8, Luca Gomez, P9. Wyatt Smith provisionally transfers into the main event after a last lap battle with Ryan Mort, who finished 11th. So pending post-race penalties or whatever it could be, Ryan Mort still in a good spot in case the stewards have a look at that one. And he has to be within 5 seconds, and he is within 5 seconds, 3.8 seconds. So depending on what the stewards have a think about that, Ryan Mort is in a good spot to transfer in later today.
I'm going to go ahead and say it, Caleb. I think that's going to be a penalty. I don't see any way around it. It was a clear move where he just turned the driver in front of him, bumping Mort out of that transfer position. So I expect to see the order reverse with Mort transferring and Smith on the outside looking in, but provisionally it was Smith crossing in that 10th place. So the drivers transferring from your pre-final B will be Jacob Scheible finishing P1, Cranston P2, Romero P3, Hogan P4, Baldus P5, Yahtzee P6, Mosley P7, Isabella Simpson 8th, Luca Gomez 9th, and Wyatt Smith provisionally rounding out your top 10.
Yeah, Polardo was able to work his way up to 12th. Unfortunately, maybe out of this one here after a spin there earlier on, as well for Connor Crucy and others who are out of this one here further back in the field. When we come back from this quick commercial break, we're going to go green with your KA100 Seniors Pre-Final B, and let's see what it looks like later on today. You're watching Kart Chaser's live coverage of the Stars Championship Series.
I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth wrist sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Parolin USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at parolinusa.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack, pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Welcome back to New Castle Motorsports Park. See the schedule there as we get set to go green for the last of our pre-final Bs. And after this, we'll go straight into main event racing. Your KA Stars getting set to go green with the likes of Marco Mastronzi and Josh Campbell looking to race their way into the main event here. And they're really going to have to keep their noses clean. Mastronzi and Sawyer Roussel starting on the front row. Frederick Manning and Ben Gaunt on row 2. Alex Murray, Sam Kate, row 3.
And on to row 4, Ryan Miller and Ryan Bierman. Row 5, Cameron Estes and Josh Campbell rounding out your top 10. Adam Shimbashi and Christian Valverde on row 6. Chase Adams and Camden Trachtenberg on row number 7. Row 8, Hudson Brown, Malachi Smith, Gavin Digen Hart, and Andrew Hamill on row number 9. TJ Coyne and Michael Boyadzis rounding out your first 10 rows.
Then you go back to your last 7 rows with Ryan Crouch, Eric Goldstein, Selena Simpson, Malachi Height, Peyton Klein, Cami Pfister, Will Steele, Callahan Peter, Vaughn Beasley, Jacob Petticord, Landon Cardwell, Luke Fedowitz, Mason Walters, and Jaden Harry all getting set to go green here. So a couple of drivers having to drive their way up the field here in this one. It's going to be action-packed with all 17 rows getting set to go green. Everybody looking to put the last little ounce of warmth into their tires here. And it looks like the majority of drivers have chosen to go on the wet weather tires. There's one driver in the grass here at the moment and trying to push themselves back onto the racetrack to get going. That's the 959 there. That's off the racetrack, and they're able to get back going again here in this one. So they'll probably be able to start this one out, but they're still a little bit far back.
And as we see the drivers working their way through the last couple of corners, it's not just one, but several karts trying to get their way back towards the field. Not everyone getting to the starting lines at the same time. The front into the field, into the tram lanes, getting set to go racing here for pre-final B of your KA Stars. Through the tram lanes, everybody looks good, picking up speed, and we are green and racing to turn 1.
We are racing here in KA Stars, pre-final B. Mastronzi, bottom of the racetrack. Roussel goes a little wide there. Everybody super busy on the steering wheel, sawing, trying to get as much grip as they can and find it wherever that they can. Already a couple of moves, a lot of drivers making moves here further back, going 2-3 wide almost into the shark fin. Everybody cycling through. Mastronzi still your leader. One driver drops a tire there.
And as the field works through scoreboard corner, a multitude of different lines being taken, some low, some high. Everyone's still trying to figure out where that grip is as we see 2 and 3 wide exiting scoreboard, heading into the next couple of corners, still side by side inside the top 10.
Yeah, and it looks like the light rain has picked up here a little bit at New Castle Motorsports Park. So that track, whatever work that they did to dry it up, just kind of going a little backwards here at this point. Shimbashi there on your screen looking to work his way further up the field, and a couple of others still fighting here for position there. The 927 going side by side. That's Josh Campbell looking to make a move and working his way up the field. In the rear bumper, Shimbashi there. Now Campbell points forward. He's like, let's work together. Let's work our way into the main event here. So Campbell put it on the pole position overall in the KA Stars classes, making moves and slicing and dicing his way through the field here.
And as we work to complete lap 1, moves still being made in these last couple of corners. Drivers side by side as they dice for positions, looking for that top 10 finish in this race to make it through to the final later today. And yes, the track's still wet. Normally would have dried by now, but some mist in the air has brought the dampness back as everybody dicing for position into turn number 1. It is Mastronzi out to a 2-second lead as we watch a bit farther back. It is Alex Murray on the transfer spot in that 922 last time by. We'll try and keep an eye on that P10 area to see where the moves are being made and who's going to transfer. Is here more action, 3 wide into scoreboard.
Yeah, Shimbashi looked to get through Hudson Brown there side by side for a second. They're able to cycle their way through. They're the 905 in this group as well. Everybody just battling and fighting it out here, looking to find any bit of ounce of speed they can. And that one of the Magic Car machines around. The 905 there, Andrew Hamill fighting with Hudson Brown. And the 978 further back in the field went around here in this one. That was Malachi Smith, unfortunately, around there near the green corner. So a lot of work to do But everybody cycling their way through, and for the 943 Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic, issues here for Gavin Dagenhart. Unfortunate. Roussel still there in that second spot. Mastronzi absolutely checked out. And there goes Aiden Shimbashi inside and clear on that Magic Kart. So Shimbashi up another spot. It looked to be Alex Murray there, so that could be for the transfer spot here. We'll find out when they cross the stripe. Where does everybody sit? Campbell already up to 7th. Shimbashi further back here at the moment. He's already in the top 8. So the transfer spot currently sits in the lap of Hudson Brown here, as Andrew Hamill looks to transfer in. So Hudson Brown in the 921 there, Gold Kart, looks to transfer into the main event here.
Yeah, so 2 laps complete, working lap number 3 in the action, not settling down yet. Farther back near the edge of that top 10, drivers looking to improve that position and make sure they're safe. We see Hudson Brown in the middle of 2 karts right now. Behind him, that is the 905 of Andrew Hamill, and chasing Chase Adams in front of him. So this is the transfer. This is P9, 10, and 11. So this is the action. This is where the transfer spots are going to be made, the final spots of who makes the final and who packs up and goes home.
Yeah, so we'll see Hudson Brown, currently the driver here in the transfer spot. He has a lot of 206 racing experience around a place like Castle Motorsports Park. When it comes to the KA side of things, his first full national season here this year at the Star Championship Series, as Chase Adams goes a little wide there, and Brown gets even closer to the bumper there of Chase Adams. And right behind Andrew Hamill, not too far back and definitely in striking range here in a couple of corners time. So what does Hudson Brown do going into the I-70 corner? He's definitely going to want to get one spot safer into the main event. There goes Brown. Looked like he was going to stick a nose there. Not close enough that time by.
Yeah, he took the dry line. The driver in front of him opting for the rain line, but action into turn number 1. That is Andrew Hamill looking for the inside. He'll get 2 on that straight. Move him up into P9, but he'll lose 1 on the exit. But still a net gain of 1 position. That puts him into the transfer, and he'll look for the next into Monza corner. He'll complete it up to P9 for Andrew Hamill.
Yeah, what a good couple of corners there, as around the outside, Chase Adams able to get back ahead, and Hudson Brown now on the inside of Hamill. A little bit of wheel bang in there. Hudson Brown back into the transfer spot. And again, and here comes Aiden Shimbashi not too far back, making moves there further up the field with Josh Campbell. And all these drivers continue to fight. They're safe in the transfer, but anything can happen here outside.
Yeah, so that's a big fight right in front of the 3 drivers fighting for the transfer. So P9, 10, 11, what's on your screen, and the 4 karts in front of them battling heavily. So we could see this open up into a wider battle come near the end of the race. Still 6.5 minutes plus 2 laps remaining. And Hamill, that last lap, made 2 spots in turn 1, lost 1 on exit, made another one into Monza, and then lost 2 on the exit of that corner. So dicing around back into P11, was looking to find his way forward, as we see a move up into P9 for Hudson Brown, and Andrew Hamill going to follow along. He'll move himself up into P10, and Chase Adams back to P11 in 2 corners. So just 1 spot outside the transfer. The battle still raging on for 9, 10, and 11.
Yeah, and they continue to fight. Jaden Henry not too far back in that 12th spot, side by side. And there you have it. Not too happy by Hamill, who goes around the outside and clear of Hudson Brown. Is going to lose the spot. They get together. Oh, wow. Chase Adams was in the rear bumper there and now sits outside of the transfer spot. Lost it in the braking zone. And now out of the main event here as it stands, and off the racetrack again for the 958. Vaughn Beasley, the War Power Machine, sits out of the main event here at the moment.
Action heating up here in the middle of this race. We'll check next time by where the transfer spots ended up, but still action into scoreboard corner. That was the 922 machine, Alex Murray, leading 2 other karts through. The 921 on your screen now, that's Hudson Brown up into well into the transfer spots as this lap concludes. We'll see where it all cycles out next time around the line, but just farther behind, the action still battling on, drivers working their way up forward, trying every last bit. This is the final race of the weekend if they don't make it inside the top 10.
Yeah, Chase Adams just slipping and sliding here at the moment, looking to find whatever ounce of grip that he can. So unfortunately there for Chase, looking to race his way into the main event. For Hudson Brown, sits safely in, currently in 9th. But further back, Jaden Henry now closing down the gap there to Hudson Brown here.
And I want to say Jaden Henry last time by, almost matching the pace of the leaders, well quicker than the karts in front of him. We'll see what the position is for him this time by. It is P11 but he is quicker than Hudson Brown in P10 in front of him. So Brown, the last transfer spot, but immediately under fire from Jaden Harry. And an incident in front of him, that's the 964. Cameron Estes from P8 going to fall outside the transfer spot. A tough break and air under braking into turn 1, and Cameron Estes back on the outside looking in.
Wow, very scary moment there for Jaden there at Estes. So these two drivers for Hudson Brown now, they both sit clear. Jaden Harry, they're both 9th and 10th respectively here at the moment. But wow, that was a super, super close incident there.
Yeah, definitely a tough one. Kart's coming in at high speed into turn number 1. It's the fastest straight on the track. A long, long straight, one of the longest on the North American calendar. So Kart's carrying some speed into that corner as we see a pass for Jaden Henry under Hudson Brown. That'll promote him up into P9. Brown back onto the bubble in P10. He's got a bit of a margin behind him, but we'll see what the pace is if the drivers behind have the pace to come up and attack. It's Alex Murray in that 922 machine in P12, which we've promoted to P11. He'll be one spot outside looking in, trying to get to Hudson Brown.
Yeah, so these drivers looking to transfer in here, and a couple of drivers there out of this one early. So an unfortunate end for TJ Coyen there, out of this one. He's further back, currently sits in 26th after a DNF there. So unfortunate there for TJ Coyen. But here you have it, Hudson Brown, the last of your transfers here at the moment, with Alex Murray just sitting on the outside looking in 11th here. Mastronzi way clear of the field, 10 seconds up the field. Sawyer Roussel currently sits second. Valverde sits third. Ben Gaunt fourth. Aiden Shimbashi. And there you have Marco Mastronzi just clear of the field after having a lot of experience racing in Europe. Definitely a lot of experience racing in the wet weather here as well. So probably the most experienced wet weather driver here, Simon.
Certainly, he's showing it with a 9-second gap out front of this field, given it is the B group, but certainly a driver with the pace to compete at the very front of the main event later today. He'll have his work cut out for him coming to the main events, but currently 9 seconds out front, and the difference has been consistency. While there are some drivers that are knocking into that 28-second bracket, Mastronzi a personal best of a 28.1 compared to the next best in the mid-28s. He's been so consistent in that low 28 bracket and just making it work, but we go farther back on track, and the action still heating up for the back end of the top 10.
Yeah, and that P2 battle continuing to ramp up there with Sawyer Roussel going side by side with one of the JMF karting machines there. They all cycle through. Christian Valverde sits in second, Roussel in third, Shimbashi there in fourth. Ben Gaunt, and they continue to fight. Roussel looking away around Christian Valverde there. Josh Campbell at the tail end of that group with Frederick Manning further back. Ben Gaunt in there as well. So everybody just continuing to battle as Shimbashi looking for a move there on Roussel. And this is definitely not what you want to be doing here, looking to race into the main event.
Certainly not. The pace is going to drop off dramatically with all this battling. It was a 27.9 from Mastronzi last time by. We see action into scoreboard. These guys are in the 31-second range. Jaden Harry back in P9, a 28.6. So you could see P2 to P10 close up very quickly. 50 seconds left. I'm assuming they'll get to the line before that happens, so it'll be 3 to go next time by when they cross the line in this group from P2 on back, closing up as they continue to fight.
Yeah, now the rest of the group getting closer and closer together. The likes of Jaden Harry there, Andrew Hamill all closing this down. So this is just ahead of the transfer spot. But the likes of Hudson Brown just falling off a little bit of the pace that this group had. But Roussel lost a lot of spots, almost 4 spots that time by. And now you look at the transfer spot closing down. Alex Murray is closing in on the rear bumper on the gold cart of Hudson Brown here as this race is just about to run out of time, and they will get 3 laps to go this time by.
And it's hard to tell because Mastronzi's so far out front from when this group passes the line. He took that 3 to go a while ago compared to the rest of the group. As we look on to P10 and P11, Alex Murray there closing quickly, 0.8 of a second quicker on the past 2 laps in a row as he gets onto the back of Hudson Brown, heading into Monza corner. Is he going to look for the move this time by? Maybe, maybe not. Going to stay in line and wait for the opportunity to present itself. Here in the very next corner of the exit of Monza, he'll get through and he'll get by for P10. He is now the last transfer spot. Hudson Brown on the outside looking in, but the battle ahead of him could bring them to the group in front. We'll see how it plays out. But for now, it is Alex Murray into the transfer spot and Hudson Brown on the outside in P11.
Alex Murray, once he got the move done, he completely checked out. And now Hudson Brown with a couple of car lengths in between himself and Alex Murray is just kind of, you know, your main event hopes really falling out of your hands here in this one. Obviously pending post-race tech or whatever, but for Murray, closing in the gap to Jaden Harry here and Andrew Hamill. So we'll see what it looks like. Everybody's still fighting. Everybody's still going side by side. But this time, 2 sticks in the air, 2 laps to go.
And it's not done for Hudson Brown. He's not falling off dramatically. He's only a couple of kart links back. They'll get the 2 to go this time by. The group in front of him still fighting. We'll see what he can do with 2 left to go in this pre-final B here for KA Stars. They'll cross the stripe this time. See a look at Hudson Brown now a little bit farther up to the group in front of him as they cycle through. We'll see where Alex Murray is in comparison. There he is. There's Hudson Brown. Murray in P10. Hudson Brown on the outside looking in. He needs 1 more spot to make the final later today.
Yeah, and it just seems to be falling out of the hands there of Hudson Brown. He looked over to his right, wanting to count how many karts were in front of him. And I think those hopes just kind of falling out of his hands here as we do have 1 kart around there in the I-70 corner. Not sure who it is or if it was one of the top 10, but 1 kart was around there in turn number 1, the I-70 hairpin. But Hudson Brown, just his hopes falling away from him.
All eyes on Hudson as he looks to claw his way back in. We'll see what he can do as Alex Murray quickly closing on the karts in front of him. Frederick Manning, the next one to get. We'll see if he fights and disposes of Manning, if that presents Hudson Brown an opportunity to work his way back up into the top 10. But as they come across the stripe this time by, it will be white flag in the air as we watch Hudson Brown here in the last section of the track. And Mastronzi has already taken the white flag, 13 seconds clear of his nearest competitors. As we still watch on to the transfer spot there, Alex Murray on your screen going to work on Frederick Manning. Only a couple of kart links separate these 2 karts. They'll come around the final corner and take their white flag this time by. 1 lap left to go, all to play for. 10 drivers going to transfer to the main later today. 1 lap to find out who it's going to be.
Yeah, 1 more lap around as one of the JMF drivers goes around. Christian Valverde, he was in 3rd there. Hudson Brown gets through. Hudson Brown into the top 10 here. Christian Valverde out of this one here at the moment, and a lifeline here for Hudson Brown, Simon.
And this is why you never say never, Caleb. It's racing. Anything can happen. And the driver who was secure up into the field, no question. P3, 1 lap left to complete, and he's off in turn number 1. That will promote Hudson Brown up into P10. No pressure behind. All he has to do is complete a couple of more corners, and he will be transferring from hope lost a lap ago to everything back in play 1 lap later. Half a lap left remaining in this field. We'll see what it stands as they cross the line and take the checkered flag this time. A couple of more corners. Side by side we go as we watch the edge of the transfer, and Mastronzi crossing the last couple of corners. 1 more corner to go through the final corner, and by more than 13 seconds, Marco Mastronzi taking victory in KA Stars pre-final B.
Marco Mastronzi absolutely checked out there. Hudson Brown still lapping around. Aiden Shimbashi next to cross the stripe here. He crosses now. Christian Valverde was slated to cross 3rd. Doesn't cross. Ben Gaunt crosses the line first there. And then, so Ben Gaunt just crossed. Josh Campbell crossed. Sawyer Roussel is in. Andrew Hamill is in. Jaden Harry in. Alex Murray in. Frederick Manning is in. And Hudson Brown, after what looked to fall out of his hands, he finds himself in the main event, finishing 10th here in pre-final B. And for Christian Valverde, fell 1 spot short after the last lap mistake. Madness.
What a race, Caleb, from an exciting battle early in the race, P9, 10, 11 going at it, to the hope being lost as Hudson Brown watched Alex Murray drive away from him, and then the last lap savior in a heartbreak for Valverde as Hudson Brown goes through to pick up that final transfer spot. Here's your full rundown of the field outside the top 10. Valverde coming home P11, just 2 seconds outside from being P3 on the last lap. Tough break. Malachi Smith finishing P12. Ryan Bierman P13. Cameron Trachtenberg P14, and Ryan Miller rounding out the top 15.
So there you have it. The rest of the drivers that will be racing and won't be transferring in to the main event later on today. Vaughn Beasley, one of those. Unfortunate there for a Newcastle local. But when we come back, we go straight into the main events. We start with your K8 Masters to crown some of the kings and queens of the castle. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the Stars Championship Series. We'll see you here in a couple of minutes' time.
Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Castle Motorsports Park. We've run through the B pre-finals. We've run through 2 rounds of heat races, qualifying A pre-finals, and now it's time to get main events underway for King of the Castle from Castle Motorsports Park for the second round of the 2024 Stars Championship Series. My name's Andrew Clements. Alongside me for these first few, you guys have heard the awesome calls from Simon and Caleb all weekend. And I promise you, I was not purposely forgetting. It's basically against my religion to miss any of the U.S. national races. But unfortunately, I popped positive for the flu earlier this week. So I've been trying to make sure that I haven't gotten anyone else sick, stayed away, rested up. Luckily, though, should be good to bring you all the action here through these mains. Apologies in advance if there's any coughing that goes over the live stream. But thankfully, we have some rock stars that have put on all these races for you. Simon, of course, alongside me, will help kick us off with our starting lineup for main event number 1, KA Masters, with David Galonia and Austin Queen on the front row.
Very glad to have you back here, Xander. Moving on to row 2, Chris Horan on the inside and Joe Lapke on the outside. Scott Carapalati and Steven Simpson on row number 3. Kim Carapalati and Joe Bonanno make up row number 4, and rounding out your top 10, Jakob Neary and Peter Cook.
Paul Montepoli, Kevin Simonelik, Tom Gerstner, Tyler Prestel, Stifler, Goldman, Ran Lee, Andy Kutcher, Marciano Santos, Chris Kutcher. And the field goes on for the biggest KA Masters field this series has seen in almost 2 seasons, 24 in total. There are a couple stragglers still trying to get up to the field as they head to the tram line, so we'll see if that aborts the start. the last couple rolling into play. Do we get the green on this first time by? As Galonia is on the power, the lights are blinking, so no green on the first attempt, and that will send us around, I believe. Oh no, indeed, green flag, sorry, we are green and racing out of turn number 1. So here we are, we're underway for ROK Masters. Thought for a moment that might have gotten waved off. It did not, Simon, and that shows the rust of not being in the booth all weekend. Luckily though, no rust at all for your pole man, and it looks pretty safe. The field has tiptoed their way through the shark fin for the first time.
Very clean start. All drivers continuing so far on this opening lap. A great start for David from the pole position. He'll take off from the inside and walk away from the field here early, fighting behind them for P2, Xander. Yeah,
what a fight, what a gap already. David Galonia has already up and left this group for second on back. That's a massive, massive gap from second back to 5th place here through the cell tower hairpin. So through the horseshoe we go, and it's the 263, Joe Lepke, that has gotten away with a little bit of a cushion back to 3rd, and that'll trigger a battle for that spot now. Side by side, into the corner, Haran, it looked like down the inside. No, and off for David Goldman, the DAP Kart driver who was spectacular at Charlotte Motor Speedway, has spun off to the side here on lap number 1. He is stuck in the grass.
Tough break early. He'll get that kart refired and rolling, but be a ways back from the field as we complete lap number 1. A 2.2 second advantage for David Galonia out front over Joe Lepke. Inside crash into turn number 1.
Big time slider from the Cosmic. That was the 259 of Steven Simpson, who had a fantastic job saving that and not collecting anyone as he went through the grass, but he'll lose a number of spots. Now we're watching here John Bonanno ahead of Peter Cook. This is now upgraded to 5th and 6th. They were 6th and 7th across the timing line, but big gaps to start. And, the story all weekend has been the rain, right? And, Simon, we've been to a lot of, hot climates to start the 2024 national season. That's how the tour typically goes, from the southeastern U.S. up to the Midwest, and this is our first step of the KC Summer Series. This is the first track that I think takes a really long time to get dry. We've been at places like Homestead, Miami, Orlando. Even Trackhouse Motorplex and Charlotte Motor Speedway seem to dry pretty quick, but the longer straightaways here allow the tires to cool back down. It takes a long time for this place to dry out.
And Xander, this is the first race we've seen, the first sessions we've seen since yesterday, that everybody in the field opting for that dry weather tire. The dry line finally coming into play. The rain starting to clear. We had some mist earlier. The track continuing to dry out. We're still overcast here, but the drivers finally back into those dry conditions as we watch Chris Horan head into turn number 1. Not going to make the move this time on Austin Queen.
Now, this is not the same direction as what you ran many years ago, but in one of your last races behind the wheel of a go-kart before you made your jump into Formula Cars, Simon, you raced here in the tricky wet conditions. So what are some of the characteristics of this track that are unique to it on a damp surface like this?
I mean, at the end of the day, a racetrack's a racetrack. Wet and dry, this place, no exception. It gets exceptionally tricky. There's some kind of almost blind corners, off camber stuff that you just really have to pay attention for. Be leaning on the edge of that kart, but you just don't want to slip it too far. You want to be leaning, using a lot of wheel input, trying to get the front to jack without kicking that rear out. And we can see drivers already leaning hard, obviously, on the dry weather tire, different from the rains. More grip naturally with more contact patch from the tire to the track surface, but the driver's still, it's not completely dry. There's a dry line, the track is still drying out, but you can see how slick it is out there for these drivers.
And that's what makes this such a fun race to watch from our end here. While again the gaps are pretty big, this is going to be a very dynamic racetrack from start to finish. The lines are going to change completely. You see guys like that hitting that inside curb as they come across the start-finish line here, like Austin Queen, just barely nicking those inside curbs. You'd stay way off of those if the track was dry and you had plenty of grip to go. But I will say, in terms of the positives towards drying this circuit out, for the most part, the dry line is kind of inching its way towards the standard racing line in full dry conditions here, getting down to the inside apex versus running around that middle to outside here. This track, even in the rain, you're not necessarily going all the way to the outside edge of the circuit. You're just trying to kind of straddle the outside of that center seam from what I was able to watch in the wet conditions. So it's not like there's a big gap from the high to the low side as you slowly get the track drier and move your line back lower. But it's still, I think, in transition mode right now, and that's why you're seeing so much fluctuation in the gaps and passing here. As Ryan Castor, you saw, fall back. Now, Castor had to come from way back in the field, so he's already up a number of positions into the top 10. He might have dropped just out of it with that little bobble through the infield section, but the Prodigy Motorsports Maranello driver who was in the championship fight last year and I believe won the title 2 years ago is working his way back forward as we go through the horseshoe again. That's one of the Carapolati brothers trying to make a move. Castor with an over-under on Tom Gerstner, and side-by-side ahead of him, Anthony Stifler will lose 2 spots down there in the scale corner.
And the action heating up, these conditions providing us with excellent racing action that we can bring you here live from Newcastle Motorsports Park. Again, this is King of the Castle, Round 2 of the Stars Championship Series, your KA Masters main event. It is Sunday here in Indiana, and the weather a bit overcast, but the drivers fighting for all they have. We see a 5-kart train here heading into turn number 1. That's a Magic Kart low. He'll get 2 through the corner. He'll get a bit roughed up on the exit, having some contact with the 286 of Ran Lead. This is back just outside the top 10 as they continue to fight.
Yeah, this is a good battle further back here. Kastner picking up the pieces, so does Carapolati, and Carapolati's going to get back around Kastner there on the inside of that infield hairpin, and they'll head up towards the green corner. So about a 5-kart scrap, while up the road everything else is pretty tame. You can see the gaps for the top 5. David Galogna's lead, nearly 7 seconds. Back to Joe Lapke in second. Austin Queen and Chris Horan still running together third and fourth. Then Bonanno fifth, and then Peter Cook. But here's the interesting point. Ryan Castor, we had mentioned a lot of drivers on slick tires. The reason why we've been focused on him, he's on the MG wet compound. He opted to stay on the rain tires thinking the track was still damp. And this again goes back to what I was mentioning earlier. This racetrack, it looks dry. You don't see a lot of, really almost any standing water. You can even see light patches. But look how much more confident Ryan Castor is about carrying speed on the wet tires. They might burn off by the end of this session, but it's the end of the weekend. Run those things into the ground, and for the moment, it looks like he's got a little advantage, but where he'll lose is down the long straightaways like right here.
Certainly, you're going to lose some straight line advantage, and also as the track continues to dry out, these tires will wear very quickly. Another move to the inside. Will he complete it this time? Kastner trying to hold on to the outside. His pace not been the strongest compared to the leaders. David Galogna, a 117.8. Castor, a 124.7 as he continues to fight this group behind. So the wet tire, obviously not the tire of choice at this point in the race, but he's doing his best to hold on to it and fight off the charging carts behind him.
Yeah, I mean, again, every slow corner, he's got so much more grip than these guys. All these longer radii turns, these 180 hairpins, he's much better. And then these guys, especially any mistakes on those slick tires, they pay for it so much more once they fall out of the power band as, oh, we got a spinner. That's Stifler going around there, coming out of the kink. He was trying to go side by side. No, not Stifler, sorry. That's the 209, one of the Eyes Up Racing Tony Karts. And there's David Goldman trying to avoid him. He tried to get back under power and just kind of rolled right in front of him. That was Brant Estes there in the Eyes Up Racing OTK. He'll drop outside the top 20 now.
You saw initially he spun off of the racing line, but trying to get his kart fired back up, he rolls across and causes issues for another driver coming through. Ultimately, no big deal. He'll be out of the race, the other driver able to continue as we take a look back towards the front of the field. Your leader, David Galogna, out to a 7.6 second advantage. The only driver, actually, I take that back. Clay Settles back there in P7 going quick. Purple that time by, but David with a healthy advantage running in the 1:17 bracket compared to Lapke behind him in the minute 18s.
And right here, what you're seeing with David Galogna in the 290 Bureau Art is a perfect display of local track knowledge. Him and Clay Settles call Newcastle Motorsports Park home. And when you have a track like this where it is damp and the grip that you can find on a dry practice day or a full wet standard racetrack where, like you said, if it's full wet, the driving procedure is pretty normal. That kind of intermittent period where you really just have to know exactly what the track's going to do, that's where that local knowledge of growing up here or spending lots of laps here pays off. And we're seeing that in an 8+ second gap for hometown hero David Galogna.
It's absolutely key as we are still nowhere near the dry weather times. 1:17, we should be seeing 1:11, 1:12 minute lap times out of these guys, but the track not quite there yet. Yes, it's ready for dry tires. We've hit that crossover point, but it is not quite a full dry track, so the driver's still picking up pace lap by lap, improving. It's going to change rapidly as we progress through this race. Who's quick at the start may not be who's quick at the end. Unlike a dry session where you'd expect more consistent lap times from the field, everyone's pushing every lap and finding that last little bit left as they work to build back towards those dry weather times.
Well, as they head out of the horseshoe and down the short chute here, Austin Queen, Chris Horan, they are starting to make up some ground towards Joe Lapke. Now, not only does the local knowledge pay off from being behind the steering wheel, the other part is knowing what gear to go to. You obviously make a major gear ratio change when you go to the full wet conditions, adding probably 4 or 5 teeth to the rear sprocket, knowing that the speeds are going to be lower. But in the middle right here, you don't necessarily want to go to that full dry gear ratio because you're not going to be as fast still, but you're going to be somewhere in the middle. And I think that also pays dividends by knowing, okay, I've been at this track enough to know exactly what it's like when it's 10% wet, 50% wet, 70, 80. That 1 to 2 tooth difference, you know, it might be a couple tenths a lap. Multiply that out by a 20-lap race. That's multiple seconds. And now the gap, again, it didn't improve a ton just 1 lap ago from 8.2 to 8.6, but it's just compounding over the course of this race here as we keep keyed in on the drivers in 3rd and 4th. Let's go and hear from Caleb Vieska down on pit lane as he's already caught up with another driver getting ready for a main event.
Before we go green with our micro slick final, a lot of drivers already opting to go onto the slick weather tire. And here, I'm trackside at the moment, and you're starting to see the dry line continuing to form. Everybody picking up speed, but everybody that's going onto the grid now, everybody, almost every single driver on slick weather tires.
There you go, Caleb. Thanks for that quick trackside report. And again, like he said, almost everyone onto dries. I would be very surprised if any of the next group elects to go on wets. As you can see the difference there from Ryan Kastner's times to the leaders. Galonia, another 3/10 added on last time by as there was a change for 3rd. Chris Horan finally getting around Austin Queen and pulling a couple kart lengths into the infield.
So provisionally, David Galonia still your leader, out to about a 9-second advantage over Joe Lapke, and now Chris Horan promotes himself up into that P3 position. Austin Queen will fall down into P4. John Bonanno rounds out your top 5. Farther back, Clay Settles still leads Jacob Neary, Peter Cook, Chris Kutcher, and Tyler Prestel to round out your top 10. I want to go back and just mention a quick thing on the gearing, because a unique thing about mixed conditions is you want the pull out of the corner, but you may have to give up a bit of straight line at the end of the straight. So when you're adjusting that gearing, adding some teeth, you may lose some time down the straight because you're making up so much more having the bottom to get out of those corners at the lower speeds we see here in mixed conditions.
Yeah, the different strategies almost making it look like a mixed engine race, if you will, where you've got one guy that's got more power out of the corner, one guy with more power at the end of the straightaways, and this track with a good balance of both, especially with mixed conditions slowing those center corner speeds in the tight turns, making up the difference. You saw Austin Queen there really pull up to the rear bumper of Chris Horan down at the end of the front straightaway, but maybe through some of the tighter sections, Horan is a little bit better. So here we are through the shark fin, and you'll watch as he exits, kind of pulls just a little bit back up to a car length into that infield hairpin.
Yeah, and I'd like to key in on these two just for a second to see the differences over a lap as we see Chris Horan make a mistake, dip a tire on the exit of that corner, and Austin Queen able to close up, not able to make the move yet. They'll go side by side exiting the corner, but that's going to bring John Bonanno into the conversation for these top 3.
Yeah, how about that for the number 1 plate here, proving kind of why he was able to score the championship in 2023. John Bonanno was consistent at Charlotte Motor Speedway through all of the heat races and pre-finals and even the main event. He was just kind of there. It felt like he was almost waiting his turn, and then it didn't quite come together in the main to get the win, but he hovered the top 4, never fell outside of it in all 4 race sessions. And here he is again, round 2 of the championship, right there in the mix in the top 5, whereas round 1 winner David Goldman finds himself out, and a lot of the rest of the field is mixed up around him. This is a perfect put-together points haul for the first half of the season, and it might end up in a podium as he continues to challenge, but also joining the fight here, last year's standout star when you talked about KA Masters at Newcastle was Clay Settles. He's right there now to make it a 4-car grouping as we enter 10 seconds plus 2 laps to go. And Clay, after issues in the pre-final and a DQ in one of the heat races, has had to come from nearly dead last. P24 for the top kart driver. He's up to 6th and knocking on the door of the top couple steps.
And he's not just fast, Sander. He is the fastest kart on track by a wide margin, 1.4 seconds clear of the next fastest on track. A 1.5 clear from your leader last time by. So Clay Settles, the fastest man on track by over a second, catching up to this next group from P6. We'll see what he can do as he tries to go side by side with John Bonanno through the double left. He'll back out for the double right onto the short straight. He'll come out, go to the inside. Bonanno's going to point him by, say, let's go get him. Actually, Bonanno's trying to get him to stay in line as Bonanno fights him off from the outside into the corner, but Settles is the fastest man on track.
And on a slippery racetrack like this, it does look a lot like an oval race in the fact that you've got to take multiple turns to set up a pass sometimes. You saw Settles was working on him for 4 or 5 turns to get around him and just couldn't quite get it done.
And I'm not sure Bonanno knows how quick that kart behind him is as we see Settles trying to look to the inside, not going to complete it that time. Bonanno wanting all the help he can get from Settles, but Settles might be the one that you would want in front of you, leading you through the pack, seeing as he is the fastest on track. And this is the battle for P3. If they can get through this crowd, maybe they have a chance. 4 seconds up the road is Joe Lapke, but at the very least, these drivers looking for a podium finish.
And again, from the driver's seat, much different view than our end as Bonanno goes to the inside of Chris Horan. All he has seen is that he has worked really hard to track down these two. He has no idea, like you said, that Settles is even faster. He just knows he's better than the guys that were in 3rd and 4th. Now he's up to 4th and only one more guy in front of him to keep him away from some hardware on the weekend. Let's see Settles again. He's going to try that move in the horseshoe on Horan. He'll get a little bit nose ahead and will get clear. So Settles into the top 5 from outside the top 20. And this time by, they will get the white flag. 1 lap to go when they hit the start-finish line. So through the final couple 90s, this is going to be an all-out battle to the finish for the 3rd place spot, the final spot on the box. Austin Queen holds it as your leader. David Galonia exits turn 1, way up the road. Look at the run for John Bonanno to the outside, but Settles is going to push Austin Queen on the inside to try and follow back through. And around the outside, Bonanno takes over 3rd.
And Bonanno heading towards Monza now, and that'll put Austin Queen under some pressure from Clay Settles. Settles to the inside in Monza corner. Going to set up nicely into the corner, use all the track out on entry, and clear the pass on Austin Queen. A couple of kart links in front of him to John Bonanno in half a lap left. Can he track him down?
Yeah, he needs an absolute perfect half a lap here to run back up to the comp kart driver of John Bonanno as they exit the green corner. Only a couple of passing zones left at this far back. It'd be a long shot for Clay to make it to the podium. It's still a fantastic drive, up 20 positions for Clay Settles. 5th place still under fire for Queen and Horan. Into the horseshoe there side by side. I think Bonanno should be safe up the road for 3rd, while your leader coming out of the final 2 turns, David Galonia, defends the house. He wins at home in Newcastle for King of the Castle. Joe Lapke will round the turn to finish 2nd, and the fight for 3rd, 1 spot shy, but an incredible drive for Clay Settles as John Bonanno holds with a great move around the outside on that final lap to snag a podium.
And Austin Queen coming home to round out your P5. Horan back into P6. Jakob Neary P7. Chris Kutcher finishes P8. Peter Cook in 9th. And Scott Carpoletti rounds out your top 10. One quick thing before we get to the rest of the field. I want to say that Clay Settles, excellent drive through the field. And I mentioned that he was purple and quick in the middle of the race. No one improving their laps after that. His fastest lap stands and remains 0.8 of a second quicker than anybody else in that entire race.
Yeah, that was an incredible run through the pack for Clay Settles. Very reminiscent of the main events that he won at Newcastle for the SCUSA Pro Tour a year ago. And then, of course, he was right up front for the Stars Championship Series at Cincinnati just a few weeks later. And had to kind of park the car at the end of last year as over the winter. He became a father for the very first time, and I'm sure he would have loved in his return back to the seat on the national scene to get some hardware, but a very hard-earned run and undoubtedly the hard charger for Clay Settles to fourth. And again, for John Bonanno, another consistent championship-level run for the reigning #1 plate. That's a great points haul. He'll be tough to beat when we head to the final 2 rounds of the season.
Xander, consistency wins championships. Another name that comes to mind, James Overbeck. Much like that, Overbeck hasn't even won a race yet, but the consistent podiums have already provided him with the championship. He'll be looking for one later today, but just goes to show that Bonanno's consistency is what keeps him in that fight.
And good to see there behind the results page, you see John Bonanno coming up to congratulate David Galonia. A very respectful race here for our KA Masters. An awesome start to our Sunday morning with our first main event underway. Clean from start to finish. And David Galonia putting on a clinic. We didn't show him all too much through that main event, but that's because he made it look easy. Drove away from the field and ended up over a 7.5 second margin of victory as he rolls that Viral Art into the scale house to close out the main event.
Yep, an impressive drive from many of our KA Masters. Galonia from the front, Clay Settles from the back up to P4. A lot of action throughout the race. Mixed conditions, we had it all. But when we come back, we'll be getting ready to go racing with our Micro Swift category. They'll be up for their final race of the weekend, and we're waiting to see who comes out on top.
Yeah, the youngest stars of the Stars Championship Series will lead us back off when we return. One main event in the books. Plenty more to come from Newcastle, Indiana. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage at King of the Castle. We'll be right back.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
We're at a commercial break.
So here go the Micro Swifts onto the racetrack to get our second main event of the day underway. And let's take a look at this massive grid of the 7 to 10-year-old superstars. Jaden Francisco will lead us to green for the first time in his young budding career, alongside Zane Burgess in the number 55 Sodi, with Easton Kubinski, who was a rocket ship a month ago at Charlotte Motor Speedway, alongside Marcelo Flores.
Behind that, Jake Manalio and Dutch Westbrook making up row number 3. Danny O'Gara and Win Goldchalk rounding out row number 4. Brody Stoffel and Kason Hendrickson rounding out the top 10.
Then it is Austin Taylor and Dominic Gaddis on row number 6. Jack Katowski, who started on the pole, rolls back on row 7 alongside Hudson Howard, Trip Golnick, Darius Warnix, Wilson, Stewart, Zeminski, Williamson, the final drivers inside the top 20. And let's take a look back at the final few rows.
It's going to be Willie Thixton, Arteta, Goldchalk, Simonellic, Perriman, Thomasian, and another Thomasian makes up the last row. As the drivers field through the last couple of corners, they'll get set to head into the tram lines and get their main event started.
Last year, Ryan Perry Motorsport had Parker Ives as their superstar in the Micro Swift division. He's since moved up to the Swift Stars class, and now Jaden Francisco has taken up the reins of that red and white Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro kart to lead that brigade. Zane Burgess has been the winningest Micro Swift driver we've seen. He won the opening round at Charlotte Motor Speedway as well. And he's trying to go once again to add another tick in the win column. Let's see if he can do it from the outside of the front row. We know how tricky the starts are going this direction on the Stars National layout. Let's see if they can keep it nice and clean. Looking for the green flag. 15 minutes plus 2 laps. Here we go. And we are underway. The inside lane will get a decent jump as Francisco and around in front of the field. There's about 7 carts off towards the pond and 2 to the inside. And 1 driver from the inside lane. The highest runner I think that got tagged was Jake Manolio. He started that chain reaction. He got spun around. Brody Stoffel around as well. And that has completely shaken up our top 10 as Francisco leads Flores and then a pair of Benex behind him.
So 8 drivers around in turn number 1. Not the cleanest of starts, but the front of the field getting away cleanly. Like you said, Francisco off to a clean start, maintains the lead. Flores moving up a position into P number 2, and Dutch Westbrook up from 5th to 3rd on the start.
Zane Burgess, a terrible start. You can't even find that black and orange Sodi. He's dropped way outside the top 5. The other driver that started right behind him, Easton Kubinski, at least evaded the chaos. He's in 5th right now on that blue and yellow AEM karting machine. Just behind him, I believe that looks to be maybe Kaysen Hendrickson with a good start from the edge of the top 10. So what a shakeup here. Jaden Francisco, the Canadian, doing a fantastic job leading us through the scale tower corner. He's got a couple car lengths back to Marcelo Flores. And how about it for young Dutch Westbrook in his first Micro Swift season as well? Coming out of the final turn, we'll put 1 lap down, 13.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go as they head onto the front straightaway.
And that is Westbrook certainly starting to put the pressure on Flores, who's been so quick all weekend as we watch the top 3 head through turn number 1. Still Francisco over Flores, 1 cart around. That is the number 20 Hendrickson. Kaysen Hendrickson out early in this race from P6. So a good start gone awry, and now you see Westbrook starting to put the pressure on Flores for P2.
Definitely challenging for that second spot. Kubinski and Godshock there 4th and 5th. Now, while we've got our micros on the racetrack, we do have one of our contenders in the OKN Stars class ready to chat with us as they're going again side by side for second. Diego Ramos is standing by down on the infield of the scale tower. Diego sporting that new Get Pride t-shirt. Nice pass, Diego. I'm sure you made headlines for not the reason you would have liked to yesterday. Recap us a little bit on your weekend to this point.
Yeah, like you said, yesterday I had a contact that took me out in the race. We are showing speed the whole weekend. We did a good. We'll be fine for the final. I'm starting P7, but I will do my best and bring the red arm to the front.
Now we know that you've got speed in the dry. In the wet, it looked like the pace was good as well. Have you been able to make any more chassis or engine kind of developments through the weekend? Because, you know, you hope when you qualify so early in the weekend that, yes, the speed's good, but you can keep tuning on that machine. But the conditions today, different from yesterday. Yesterday, different from Friday. Have you learned anything? Have you been able to make any adjustments to find more speed?
I mean, yesterday I did some changes in the car during the races because the weather changed, and then we need to change the car too. Like yesterday in the first few laps in the rain, I had a bit of problem with carburation, but after when I fix it, we pick up the speed again. And I think today a bit cooler than yesterday and quali. I think so the carburation will be fine. Everything will be great. The engine they improve a lot from the first round in Charlotte. Feel confident for the race, and also the chassis looks good.
Well, Diego, hopefully you've got a different kind of T-shirt sporting by the end of the day. But nonetheless, what are your thoughts on that right there? That's your first official Kart Chaser T-shirt.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Diego. We appreciate it. Good luck later today.
Thank you.
All right, again, Diego Ramos, they're standing by. Now, unfortunately, tough luck for Marcelo Flores while we were side by side. You saw the Kart Republic spin around off to the side of the racetrack, so now he has gone out. And look at this. Zane Burgess has clawed his way into the top 5, and it is also including Danny O'Gara, who started up front in the heat races yesterday. Didn't get to start early or really towards the front of the field here in this main. He's also in that mix. So it's Westbrook back to 3rd, Gottschalk in 2nd, and O'Gara, Burgess, and Kubinski right here in this 5-car pack, all trying to chase down Jaden Francisco.
Yeah, so this is P2 on back, a 2-second advantage out front for Francisco as these drivers continue to fight. We see a move from the inside from O'Gara, not going to be able to stick that one on Dutch Westbrook. He'll immediately come under fire. 3 wide through the double left-handers. Burgess down to the very inside, and the 38 of Easton Kubinski making up 3 spots in one corner up to P3. So the fight inside the top 5 raging on as the leader continues to check out. Now to give a bit of a gap to Dutch Westbrook. Westbrook still in the middle of that pack. Easton Kubinski leads them from P3. Burgess back up to P4 after a really rough start, clawing his way back up into the top 5. He'll look for a move this time down the inside of Kubinski. Win Gottschalk who is in P2 currently. As they continue to race into turn 1, you see Westbrook to the inside, and there Danny O'Gara trying to make a move as well. They are not content to sit in line. They want to fight each other and push each other up, see if they can't make their way up towards the front of this field. Still Francisco leading. These drivers fighting. It's not helping their case of trying to get to him as we see Dutch Westbrook guarding heavily over Easton Kubinski through scoreboard, and Danny O'Gara just behind them. So it's turned into a 4-cart train as Gottschalk and Burgess have disposed of this group behind. That is P2 and P3 just in front of this group. So this is 4, 5, 6, and 7, led by Dutch Westbrook. O'Gara again to the inside of Kubinski, not able to stick it yet, and an issue on the exit for Dutch Westbrook. He'll fall back 2 spots in the middle of that corner. So these 4 continuously trading spots as the 2 in front of them start to link up to head towards your leader.
And now, as they head into the scale tower there, you can see the 14 a little bit sideways as Westbrook goes back around the outside. That'll give some more gap up to Burgess and Gottschalk, but still the leader is well up the road. So as they head down the front straightaway here, you can see now what has been a 5-car pack is down to pairs of 2 headed into turn number 1, and Westbrook getting the spot back away from the MPG Academy driver has a long way to try and claw back to where he once was. Your update on times, while Jaden Francisco remains ahead of this group and Zane Burgess gets around Win Gottschalk there, he is not the fastest. Burgess, quickest right now, but he's 3 seconds away. Granted, last time by he was 2/10 better than the race leader. He needs a lot more pace per lap to run him back down after that poor start from the off-pole position.
And something to note there is Francisco out running by himself. Burgess using the assistance of the draft to just go 2/10 of a second better than your leader. We'll see what he does with help behind from Gottschalk, if that can improve their lap times working together. I wouldn't expect to see it this lap as a pass was made for P2, but we'll see where the times start to fall, still with 7 minutes plus 2 laps remaining, if they kind of have any pace to go towards the front. But behind him, O'Gara to the inside of Kubinski. He's going to make that move for P4. Going to ask for a bit of tow to try and get himself up to this group of Burgess and Gottschalk.
Yeah, he's going to need it. Let's see what the times are. A 120.4 for Jaden Francisco. As the last time by, Burgess making the pass, lost about 3/10 of the gap. Now up to 3.6 seconds here with 6.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go for second and third to try and make any headway. They need to start making probably half a second a lap from now on, because while 6.5 minutes feels like a lot of time, the laps again are nearly a minute and a half. So you're looking at maybe 7 more laps around this place, maybe 8. It's not going to be a lot of time when things all cycle down through it. So let's hear from some more intel down on the racetrack as well, while we keep a tab on the leader's gap right now here in Micro Swift. Josh Holtz was the master of the wet in OKN Stars yesterday. The big man was able to get his first moto victory of the season, and in a year where the Holtz Driver Development Camp has pushed their focus for their top drivers, himself and Nick Terlecki, into trying to excel in the 125 classes. Yesterday, I felt like was another big leap forward. Josh is standing by here in the scale tower. Josh, good to see you here this morning. And I know probably you were praying for the wet to stay, but how is your confidence feeling for the dry main event that we're probably going to have later today?
Great to have you back this morning, Xander. I know Emery probably hyped me up a little bit more than you tend to, but you know, he also called me old, so I don't know if I love that necessarily. But I think we worked out some of the technical difficulties that we were having in the dry, so I think we're feeling pretty good about our pace this morning. And I know Nick's been really quick in the dry, so him starting pole and me starting P3, I think we're looking pretty good for the final later.
Well, you know, you can knock it back on Emery because you've got one more moto win in a Stars Championship Series event than he does at this point. But nonetheless, I mean, Josh, you've got plenty of major victories over the course of your career, but I know the last few years has been kind of, you know, not as maybe successful as you would have liked. So having a day like yesterday, what does that do to your confidence to finally, you know, does it feel almost like a memory like, yeah, I still got it, I can still get it done?
It feels good for sure. It's nice to kind of, you know, get back into the swing of things, you know, lead everyone around a little bit. And I know we have a really strong group of drivers out there, so, you know, to be able to put it out in front of them, it feels really good.
Well, Josh, we wish you best of luck here today, and you definitely proved that you were able to do it in tricky conditions. I don't know if the track's going to be perfect later this afternoon, but we wish you best of luck in the OKN main.
Thank you, guys.
All right, again, folks, that's Josh Holtz. He had a fantastic Moto2 leading the way in the wet, but as we've talked about, we're back on the slick tires with a drying racetrack. Now, the bad news here for those hoping for a fight for the win is I don't know if it's coming. That gap has opened up more so, Simon. It's up to plus 4 seconds now for Jaden Francisco. That young man is doing a fantastic job leading this microslift main, and if anything, 4th and 5th have looked a little stronger.
And that's what I was going to say. Francisco out front a 19.8 to Burgess's 20.4, about 0.6 of an advantage between the two. So the gap from the lead still opening, but it was Danny O'Gara on that last time by a 1:19.6, the fastest driver on track. Kubinski right behind him in a 19.8, so they're matching the leader's pace, and they're considerably quicker than the two drivers in front of them. So from P2 back to P6, it is a fight, or P5. My bad.
Yeah, and 6th, a little ways back there for Dutch Westbrook. Unfortunately, the Bennick has faded. He's got Dominic Gaddis still pressuring, so he's not necessarily safe in that 6th spot further away, as Danny O'Gara wants the podium spot there. He'll take 3rd away from Wynn Gottschalk with a nice move. The MPG Academy number 67 has had some good runs here in 2024 already, trying to add on to that number and get him another podium as he heads down the front stretch, taps his helmet. He sees Zane Burgess just a couple car lengths away. 2nd place, far from out of reach for Danny. And for Easton Kubinski, this is very reminiscent of Charlotte in all of his sessions there. He wouldn't necessarily have the greatest start to his session, but he would come on strong when we get to the second half. And that number 38, OTK, is right on the cusp of it all, as well as we head to the infield. O'Gara's close to Burgess, but he won't tuck out yet. He'll stay behind through the infield.
He was certainly close enough to get to Burgess's bumper, and they all went just a little bit wide, a little bit of contact there. No harm, no foul, but these four still nose to tail. Out front, Francisco consistent within a couple hundredths of his best lap last time by, and the battle for P2 still continuing. Burgess leads this, but Kubinski now to the inside of Gottschalk. He's going to complete that move through Cell Tower Corner. They'll head to the double lefts, and this will spread it out just a little bit. Now it is O'Gara and Burgess tandem, 2 carts out front of the 2 behind him. Kubinski, we know, has speed. So does O'Gara. We'll see what Burgess has to hold off a charging Danny O'Gara.
And that's where, when you're in Danny O'Gara's spot, you know Kubinski has followed you up to these 2. Do you try to, you know, take your time and wait to make the pass on Zane and fight him at the end if he gets back with a run on you? As you can see him pushing him down the front straightaway to make it at least a guaranteed podium. Or do you go right now? For the moment, he's going to wait. So Danny O'Gara taking his time for 2nd and 3rd. Now that gives us a moment while he's going to be patient to check in on the rest of our front-running group here. You've got 2nd and 3rd right there. Little bit of a move there, but kind of had to back out of it as he got right up to Zane and lost some ground. Dutch Westbrook back in that 6th spot has a new driver that has closed up to him. Hudson Howard in the number 19 has moved his way around Dominic Gaddis for 7th, and he's only half a second away from Dutch Westbrook in the 33. So Hudson Howard's charge through the grid is moving on strong, and he's got a shot to get up as high as 6th. There he is. He's actually gone around Dutch Westbrook. So Hudson Howard, granted, it looks like that pushback bumper might be deployed on the Trinity Karting Group Alonso kart of Hudson, son of former Indy 500 and IndyCar Series star Jay Howard. Here has a lot of laps at this racetrack. They've got a garage that they pit out of, so he knows this place pretty well. We talked about the local knowledge paying off for David Galonia. Hudson, a good run here in this main event as he's now up into 6th. He may not get any higher than that, but he can potentially outrun that 5-second penalty if he puts his head down and puts some really solid laps together, because they basically got 3 laps to go now. The leader already hit the line, but the timers hit 0, and now back up to 2nd. New man in that spot. Danny O'Gara's gone around Zane Burgess.
Yeah, an excellent drive through the field for Hudson Howard. A very, very strong run to put him up in P6, and most likely that is where he's going to finish unless we see chaos break out here in front of him. And the 4 drivers back together in one group now. Last time, Easton Kubinski and Wayne Godchalk faster than O'Gara and Burgess in front of him. Now we see O'Gara still leading Burgess around in P2. He's a little bit wide out of that corner, and that puts Kubinski right on the rear bumper of Burgess and all nose to tail. You could throw a blanket over these 4, Xander.
Yeah, they're super close. Zane not going to go in the cell tower, but even Kubinski's going to be right on him and let him know, if you don't go, I'll go to the inside on you. And Wayne Godchalk still with an outside chance to pick up the pieces from this battle here for 2nd. When we were taking a look back, watching the timing monitor, something happened to Dutch Westbrook that lap when Hudson Howard either got around him or right afterwards. He's dropped all the way down to 24th. Must have had a spin off to the side of the racetrack or something of the like. So a bummer for Dutch Westbrook as he's now going to lose out on a top 10 result. 2 to go here at the line as the leaders cross the loop. And the 4-car pack down to turn 1. Does anyone duck out of line? Kubinski will. Burgess will. And a big slide to the inside on O'Gara. He'll bring Kubinski through.
An excellent reaction from Burgess. Easton went to the inside. He was going to pass Burgess had Burgess not made that move on O'Gara. So Burgess timing that well to make that move to the front of this pack. Kubinski will come with him. That'll relegate Danny O'Gara back to P4. And these groups still nose to tail. They'll come to the white flag next time by. It's a walk-off lead for Jaden Francisco, but the fight for the podium not over yet.
No, it is far from over. If anything, it's really just getting started now, because that 2 to go signal for a draft-based class like this is kind of the notion to go back and pass and begin to defend and block and race for position, whereas in the middle of the race and you watch that timer, you might be trying to push away and bide your time. That is over. It is all out for the final 2 spots on the box. Kubinski tapping his helmet. He wants O'Gara to push him by Burgess. He knows he's close enough if he wants to go at the end of the long straightaway, and we're coming up on the final chance to do so. White flag in the air. Your leader, Francisco, well up the road by more than 5 seconds now. Burgess leads the pack on the front stretch. Here comes Kubinski. He's motioning forward, but I guarantee that's him hoping Zane leaves the bottom side open in turn 1. Zane will not. He doesn't take the bait. Stays low, and O'Gara's going to make Kubinski pay for going to the high side. He'll take over 3rd.
Godchalk will try as well. Not going to able to get that move done. He'll remain back there in P5. There's still nose to tail. Anything could happen. Burgess still leads with an excellent defensive move into turn number 1. We'll see what he does. He fades low into scoreboard corner. 3 of them will go with Godchalk taking the standard line. Will get the run out of the corner, but no moves being made as of yet. O'Gara still lurking behind Burgess. Burgess defensive into green corner. O'Gara right in the background, and Kubinski, I'm sure, looking for a way by.
Over, under, fanning out, side by side for moments, but Burgess is still holding on as Kubinski forces O'Gara to the high side and tries to go to the inside around him. Doesn't get to the inside there. Now he does in the horseshoe. He'll force his way, and O'Gara's going to spin off into the grass. Here comes Godchalk to the inside. As your leaders headed for home, they are going to fight for 3rd. Jaden Francisco has never won a U.S. National before. He has now. He wins King of the Castle and Micro Swift. Zane Burgess will be safely in 2nd. And look at this fight to the end. Kubinski gets through, and Easton Kubinski. Granted, that was an elbows out move to get by Danny O'Gara that will undoubtedly go to the steward's office, but he definitely wanted that 3rd spot. He fought for it, He gets it provisionally across the line ahead of Win Gottschalk.
That's just two drivers going for the same spot of tarmac on the last lap of a main event, both racing for a podium. It's racing. Stuff happens. It was a tough break for Danny O'Gara after such a strong race throughout. I mean, that was all perfect laps except for the last one. And unfortunately, that's the one that matters. But on your screen now, your winner, Jaden Francisco, out by 7.7 seconds was his advantage at the finish line. You see the congratulations from Zane Burgess as they celebrate their 1-2 finish here in your Micro Swift final.
Now as Francisco heads to the scale line, let's talk to another superstar waiting on us in the scales. Let's head down to David Galonia. David, that was a masterclass you put on in KA Masters. You didn't make our lives easy by making it look so easy out in front and pulling away, but at the same time, I'm sure that's exactly how you would have liked it to dominate the way that you did.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great race. I was actually really happy to have there were some crazy battles in the heat races, especially that Heat 2. I've never seen so much carnage on the last lap of a heat race, but survived yesterday, got a good start, had a great pre-final, and today the kart was good. It was really good and was just aggressive early, tried to build the lead, and obviously had a great race. Super, super happy.
David, we've seen you plenty of times over the last few years while we've been live broadcasting the Masters classes. I think that's one of the most positive storylines of this weekend here. Not only has Stars pulled over 280 drivers to Newcastle, but 26 were on the entry list for KA Masters. That was a big effort online, in person, to round everybody up. That's got to feel pretty cool as a Masters guy to see more and more drivers coming out and to make such a big grid like here this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, you got to love it. I mean, Masters, it seems like over the last couple of years has struggled for whatever reason, because I used to race a lot more Masters a few years ago, and to get 26 guys here is awesome. There's a lot of fast guys. It was very, very close throughout the field. So, yeah, Masters guys, let's do more of this.
Yeah, let's talk about it. More of this. Our next race for the Stars Championship Series isn't too far down the road at MCC Cincinnati. Will we see you try to defend your win over there in about a month's time?
I'd like to. I haven't driven that track, but I've been wanting to. So let's see. I'm going to try to make it down there. I got 4 kids, so if I can convince them to go, I think we can do it.
Well, hopefully we'll get to see you there. The good news is with a race win, you get a free set of MG tires, so your race tires are already set. Hopefully we'll get to see you there, David. Congratulations on an awesome performance today.
All right, thank you. And I just want to very quickly thank my dad most of all. He is my mechanic, great mechanic, gets everything ready for me. Steel Motorsports, Comet Racing Engines, and the Braille Art Kart was awesome today. Thank you.
Awesome stuff, David, here. Now back to the rest of the on-track action from our Micro Swift category as they roll into the scale line. We'll take a look and see if we can't check into the full results from that main event. Jaden Francisco, again, scores the win. Very similar to our KA Masters class with a big margin of victory. Zane Burgess, second, and again, all results, again, as mentioned, unofficial. Kubinski, Gottschalk, Hudson Howard, third, fourth, and fifth. Parker Stewart with a good drive up the grid. He started pretty deep in the field. The BJR MDR driver rolls off with a P6 result in the main. Dominic Gaddis, Austin Taylor gets a top 10. Jake Manolio, we saw him spinning on lap 1 at the start. He drives all the way back up to 9th. What a recovery for Jake Manolio and Brody Stoffel, who also spun around as well. Good comeback drives for the pair of them.
And as we look at the rest of your Micro Swift results, we just had an interview from Glownia, our Masters race winner here in the main event. That's been 2 main events, 2 walk-off victories, and look at what we have here. Another Masters category coming your way. This is the Pro ROK Masters category, and let's take you through the starting order. From the pole position, the number 2, Evan Batt, able to win the pre-final yesterday. It'll be Matt Machiko to his outside. P3, Jake Fetter, and the second row completed by Michael Rivera.
Yeah, and then back on row 3, Hugh Templeman will start on the inside lane here. A former ROK Masters champion will continue his quest in his maiden KZ Masters season alongside Tim Hollowell. Row 4, Robert Fige and Luis Quinones.
Row 5, Ryan Frank and Morn Von Tock round out the top 10. Behind that, Luis Quinones, Michael Gouache on row 6, Scott Presti, Kelly Johnson, row 7, Ryan Estep, Diamandis Ortiz, row number 8, Jeff Mills and Joe Ruck on row number 9, rounding out the top 20 in the first 10 rows would be Brian Chatfield and Skitchy Barnes.
Yeah, what a turnaround for Joe Ruck and Skitchy Barnes after dominating the way in Charlotte. They roll off deep alongside towards the back. Chatfield and Bradley Danoff on the Marinellos. So a long way forward for the red and black machines, but Evan Batt there on the HMG Custom number 2 machine will lead us.
And 21 karts headed into the tram lines to get set for our standing start, the first of the gearbox categories on the day here for the main event of Pro ROK Masters. Drivers getting set and ready to go to the lights.
It's still far from dry, but that dry line on the main line looks clean, which means the inside of the track is going to be very slippery for the first of 2 standing starts on the day. Let's see for Pro ROK Masters, can the outside lane be the preferred line to get that hole shot? As we get the final few rows in tow, we will go to the lights here for the Track Systems North America light system and get set for Pro ROK Masters to go green. Evan Batt, Matt Machiko, who gets the hole shot as the red lights light up and away they go. And a great start for Batt from the inside, a good start for Mike Rivera. He'll jump into 4th as down to the inside for Jake Fetter. And look at Machiko off the bat trying to take the lead away. 3 or 4 drivers have stalled off the back. Skitchy Barnes is one of them in the 509. Another couple out. Joe Ruck, I think, might be also out in the infield. And the 631, one of the VTM racing team drivers, is out as well. That's Hollowell. Tim Hollowell was 6th. So that must have triggered that issue off the start as a top starter stalling off the green meant chaos for everyone else. And that's shaken up our top 10. So it's Machiko, Batt, Fetter, Rivera, the top 4.
And Machiko out to this early advantage over Evan Batt, able to get that move done on the first lap. Obviously, Batt with a good launch, but Machiko firing off his tires early. It was a tough break for many of the drivers, 4 or so, including Joe Ruck, who's had a tough weekend already, your reigning champion of the series, as we see a fight for the lead develop. Evan Batt looking for the inside on Machiko, not able to get it done that time, and Jake Fetter will close up and fight for P2.
Yeah, talking about 2 drivers that now have a big opportunity in the championship to make up some ground. Matt Machiko and Jake Fetter were in the conversation at Charlotte, and now with 2 of their major championship contenders out off the start, a lot of points up for grabs to make up the margin. As check out this fantastic start here for the RS Kart entry of Ryan Frank in the 6th spot, and he's up to 5th as he got around Mike Rivera, but that battle is not done. Rivera got a nice little launch out of the shark fin, but a quick cover off by Frank holds the spot.
And thing to remember, Mike Rivera in that ROK-powered subcategory. So while he's fighting for overall positions well inside the top 5, as he finished yesterday, he is still in a subcategory running that ROK power plant. So leading the subcategory in 5th place overall as it stands. Still the fight out front raging on. Machiko out to a nice advantage over Evan Batt. And then behind him, it is Jake Fetter. And now Robert Fiege has arrived on the scene. So 2, 3, and 4, fairly nose to tail, a bit of a gap out to your leader, and you can see the dry line forming on the track. Offline still damp and slick, but where the drivers have been running the most, the preferred dry line has been cleaned up. So it'll make the pace increase, but the passing slightly more difficult offline as we see them complete lap number 2. It was Matt Machiko, the fastest last time by 0.7 of a second. He's out to an early advantage of just over a second from Evan Batt. And Jake Fetter still holding on there in 3rd, and it looks like issues for Robert Fiege, the 611 machine, dropping back. He was right on the back of Jake Fetter just a couple of corners ago, and is that him there? That is the 611 of Fiege. He is out of this race from P4. A tough break for Robert Fiege, who was running so strongly and off to a great start. He'll drop back out of contention, and we'll let these 3 cycle on, as it is a pretty consistent lead and no real challenge inside the top 3.
Yeah, as now they've spread out enough where we can take a moment to breathe here with Fetter in 3rd safely, Batt 2nd, Machiko 1st. Let's speak with our previous race winner. Congratulations and welcome to the top step of the podium, Jaden. Jaden Francisco from the pole. It was a little crazy behind you, but how were you able to stay focused that whole main and put good laps together?
I was just thinking get my laps consistent and trying to hit my head down, and yeah.
Now, how does it feel, man? You're a national race winner in the U.S. here. You've been working so hard all year to get closer and closer. What does that feel like?
It feels good, and first time here, so gotta learn the track, gotta do data, and then we figured out what to do, and then yeah.
Well, Jaden, who would you like to thank for putting in all the hard work to get you such a fast hot rod?
I would like to thank my parents, my grandparents, and everyone that supports me.
All right, Jaden. Well, we want to let you get back to celebrating. Congratulations on your Microslift main event win. You are king of the castle in the Microslift class.
Thank you, Xander.
All right, that's Jaden Francisco, folks, our Microslift main event winner. Now back to Pro, Masters, and ROK Masters. Still about 10 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Matt Machiko's a half-second up on Evan Batt, but the first little mistake there is he got sideways under braking.
Yeah, it's certainly the pressure building as Evan Batt quicker on that last lap by 0.2, and you can visibly see the gap closing on track. Only a couple of kart lengths separate these two now. We'll get a wide shot of the karts farther back, the battling going on behind, but the battle for the lead ramping up. It was a half-second last time by. It's even closer this time by. Evan Batt doing an excellent job here to reel back in Matt Machiko after his early lead. Nose to tail almost as they head into Cell Tower Corner. There's just a kart length separating these two, and this is the fight for the lead and the win in the Pro Masters and ROK Masters main event here at the Stars Championship Series. It's round 2. It's King of the Castle at Castle Motorsports Park, and the current king, Matt Machiko, leading the way. Evan Batt trying to take that crown.
Yeah, Batt is right there closing in, and he almost had a shot at him in the scale tower. If he gets a good launch right here as Machiko pops the curb, he might have something at the end of the straightaway, but I don't think he'll be close enough for a diver. Let's see it. No, but he's got plenty of time. He can keep waiting. You saw Machiko narrow the entry up. He's feeling the heat for sure from Evan Batt for this Masters overall win. As they go through the shark fin again, the big point you can see visually is that while in some of the corners that gray, lighter gray has widened out, for the most part, the braking zones are only one lane dry. So you want to make that move on the inside, you better be really confident in your braking abilities.
It's certainly tricky. One thing to have the pace on the dry line, but as soon as you start getting close to another kart, you have to find ways to get around them. They're primarily going to stick on that dry asphalt, forcing you to go into the slicker pavement to make that move, and it can become very difficult, but we see a move to the inside, a look for Evan Batt, not able to get it done yet, but Machiko certainly feeling the pressure as they work lap number 6. Still a long ways to go. We have 8 minutes plus 2 laps remaining, so more than half the race left, but the battle for the lead still heating up as they round the final corner, and Evan Batt looks to put the pressure on Machiko. Last time by, fairly even in pace, but it was Scott Presti back in P5, was the fastest man on track by over half a second on the leaders as they continue to fight up front.
Yeah, he's still putting a lot of pressure on. Again, Presti's closing up to his teammate, and Ryan Frank is a misshift for Matt Machiko out of the shark fin. Cost him some time there. Right now, Jake Fetter is Evan Batt's biggest supporter. He is hoping that he continues to pressure Machiko and go side by side to bring him back into the fight. The comp car driver only a second and a half away. He picked up 2/10 on the leaders last time by. And the same you could argue for Scott Presti with 7.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. It's not out of the question for him to make up that 5-second gap at half a second a lap, and maybe more if a few more move attempts are made here by Evan as they slide.
And as they continue to race at the front, half a second a lap would put us at about 10 laps to get to the leader, and if they kept that exact pace up, they might be able to do it by the end of the race. So Scott Presti is still pressing on. He was consistent on the last 2 laps at low 108s, and it's a 108.9, 109.0 for your leaders. We'll see what Presti's time as he crossed the line this time by 108.6, not as quite as fast that time by, but Jake Fetter quicker than your leaders by a margin on this last lap. So the top 3 continuing to close in, and Evan Batt still looking for a way by your leader, Matt Machiko.
Yeah, just keeping the heat on at this point here in the race for Evan Batt. You know that you've got a little bit of an edge on pace, but it's tricky to pass. So he's doing probably the smartest thing he can do, keeping it online and just, preying on a mistake, keeping the pressure on. Don't, let off for a second, but you don't need to throw the race away on a bonsai move just yet. You've still got laps left plenty of time. If it does get down to the last lap or two and you still haven't got around him, that's when you might want to get a little more creative and try some aggressive maneuvers. But for the moment, you can take care of your tires and just hope on another misshift, and this time be able to time it and get around him as they head to the final few turns. They're going to be approaching lap traffic soon. Now, Stars will be removing them by the black flag, but the pit lane entry is so far down the racetrack that if a lap driver does make a mistake on the lap they're supposed to come into the scale line, it could allow Bat to use that driver as a pick and try to get by Matt Machiko, because the first of the lap traffic you can see is just up the road as Bat that time again over under now out of the shark fin. He almost got it done. He was nosing ahead for about a split second and he just couldn't quite get by. Into the green corner. Does he try anything here? No, Machiko's going to cover that off. He'll take that option away as they head to the kink. And here comes the lap traffic into frame. You can see the leaders are getting close as Machiko drops a tire. Oh, man.
And that is close racing. Another move to the inside. Is he going to get it done this time? Evan Bat to the lead. Machiko's going to drop a position to Feder. Feder up to P2 and on the gearbox, and they've caught the lap traffic. He's going to wave them by, give them the lane, but that could jack them up just a little bit. They all go defensive down the short straight, all of them offline into that wet pavement. We'll see how that affects the grip of the tires. Still, Evan Bat looked like maybe a misshift there for Feder for a second, but he regains it and is back just a kart length from your leader, but new leader this time by Evan Bat gets it done on Matt Machiko.
And Jake Feder, now the pressure's on you. You've gotten your wish. Evan Bat's gone up, gone around Matt Machiko, carved a way through for yourself. Can you take advantage of this new opportunity for the race lead and the race win, as he is right on the rear bumper of the number 2 plate headed into the infield hairpin. So this three-way fight for the lead. Also, keep an eye on the time charts as well. If we pan back for a second, we do not need to go back too far to find the man in fourth. Scott Presti on that VTM Racing Team RS kart has gone around Ryan Frank, and he is now within 3 seconds.
He put 2 seconds on the leaders last time by with their battling. He has still been consistently in the 108s, only 2.9 back now. There is plenty of time left for him to catch this lead group, especially if they continue fighting. And you can see him in frame now. There's Presti, the leaders just ahead of him, nose to tail, all three of them still led by Evan Bat. We'll see if Feder has anything to pressure him with here in the next lap or so, but it will have to happen quickly. Presti starting to arrive on the scene. You can see him in the back of the frame on just a few shots, inching his way closer last time by, matching the leader's pace a few hundredths quicker. But the leaders, now that they're back in line, back into those 108s, back up to a decent pace, and it becomes increasingly difficult for Feder to make a move. He's able to capitalize on the advantage of the racing in front of him. Now he has to do it by himself, and now Machiko ends up being Feder's biggest supporter and hoping he can go back and get past the leader.
Yeah, he needs Jake Feder to go, or he needs to make a move that doesn't cost them a lot of time, because Evan Bat has obviously found his rhythm once again and is keeping that margin just out of range for Jake Feder. Feder there a little wider, a little alternate line in that cell tower corner. You saw him kind of dancing with the steering wheel. Machiko got close, then Feder kind of launched out away, and it's a bit of a rubber band effect that we know all too well from gearbox racing. With the front brakes, they can really charge the corner, but getting out of the corner and popping the gears in the lead, you can spring load yourself back out to 4 or 5 car lengths.
Absolutely. It's something we won't see as much in the KA, OKN, even the mini classes, but in these gearbox categories with the front brakes, with the gearbox, you launch into the corner with a lot of speed on the way in, and look at that Machiko by Feder decisively into turn 1, dives into the apex of the corner, will get the move done, now put him right back on the gearbox of Evan Bat. Feeling that he had better pace than Feder, he opts to go for the move. And just back from there, Scott Presti, and issues for the 691 of Michael Gouache out of this race.
Yeah, Michael Gouache was running in 10th, and he's obviously frustrated at something. I don't know if he got pushed off in the battle with Luis Quinones and Hugh Templeman for that 8th and 9th spot, but he is beached there in the grass halfway down the front straightaway. A weird spot to kind of go off that makes you think that there might have been some contact that sent Michael Gouache into the swampy grass here at Newcastle that has been just absolutely drenched with rain over the last 2 days. If you go out there, it's a death sentence to your main event hopes. He's already taken out one of the Stars flags, 2 of the flags actually, down the front straightaway. So The over-under on how many flags will get taken out, speaking with Christian Marsh at the beginning of the weekend, was 2. We're already 2 down. So I don't know if we've got room to take any more out or any other bad spots, but hopefully for the Star Series' sake, that doesn't that number ends there as Machiko and Bat have pulled back away from Fetter.
I don't know. We got some KA classes coming up. If I were a betting man, I'd go for the over. 2 flags in one fell swoop for Gouache. He'll create quite the excitement down the front straight as we head back towards the lead in Machiko's chase of Evan Batt. He's shown really good pace, not losing much time, getting by Fetter. Fetter's dropped back off the tail of Machiko just a little bit. Machiko is well on the hunt for Evan Batt. 0.3 of a second separated them last time by. Lap times in favor of Machiko, 0.4 to his advantage. We'll see what the gap separates this time by. Still Evan Batt holding on. We've got not too much longer left in this race, Xander. It's ticking down. Time is ticking away, and we are headed towards the end. It's 12 seconds on the clock. The leaders are coming through the final couple of corners. They are not going to get the 2 to go this time. They'll get an extra lap, so 3 to go at the line for Evan Batt.
And while you'd think that might be bad news for the number 2 plate, he just hit his personal best of the session, a 108.11 to Machiko's 0.3 off at a 108.44. So he needs a mistake out of the number 2, but Batt has been consistent when he's been given clear racetrack, so no surprise there at all.
I want to point out Evan Batt running his personal best at a 108.1. Not fast enough to be the quickest on track. Even on that last lap, Scott Presti down in P4 at 108.0. Not even his best lap. He already has another 108.0 on the books. So that Kart of the 608 machine, Scott Presti, currently sitting in P4, still charging hard. You can just see him in the back of the screen. He'll be working on getting to Jake Fetter, but the action is at the front of the field as Machiko continues to pressure the leader.
Yeah, so that we might have a fight on our hands for third because he was 0.6 better than Fetter last time by. Presti charging for a podium back there. You can see him closing in on the comp car driver. And while we are watching our leaders head to 2 to go this time, they have spread out, and I want to take one more moment to go a little even further back down the grid towards the end of the top 10. We talked about some drivers starting from the tail end of the field. One man that has clawed into the 10th position, 27 seconds back from the leaders to be fair, is Bradley Danoff. Started basically dead last here in this main event. He's avoided a lot of the carnage that has taken away a number of drivers through this field, but the 617 has climbed up 10 positions or more. I think he might have actually clawed up 11 going back from 21st up to P10, and it's not over yet for Bradley Danoff as we check in across the line. He's now gotten around, or has his teammate, Brian Chatfield right there with him, trying to hunt forward, but they're 7 seconds back from you, Templeman, and now Danoff going wide in turn number 1, letting Chatfield through. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but change in the 10th spot. 2 drivers that ran from the back, the Marinellos, now swap the 10th and 11th positions.
And while we've been watching that, the leaders, as they come out of this corner, they'll head to the white flag this time by Evan Batt with a nice advantage over Machiko. Machiko going to have his work cut out if he wants to cut down into this gap. It's almost at a second. We'll see what it was. It was 0.7 last time by. Lap times were identical. 108.1 for Evan Batt, 108.2 for Machiko. Machiko not quick enough to get to him. It's out to 7.5 of a second, the battle for the lead. So Evan Batt feeling pretty safe. He'll take a quick look over his shoulder, see that margin. No, he just needs to clean up the rest of this lap, and he will become king of the castle. Behind him, Scott Presti not able to take much out of Jake Fetter, who has increased his pace, and it seems to be a pretty even split across the top 4, about a second separating each of them. But we'll watch this man, the number 2 plate, the vice champion from last year, Evan Batt, coming around the final couple of corners. He'll head into Cell Tower with a nice margin behind him.
And just as we mentioned with the KA Masters class growing, the Masters shifter class continues to grow. But Evan Batt won King of the Castle last year, and for the 2nd year in a row, he's headed for home to defend the crown. Will we get our first repeat winner? It looks like it's all good for the number 2 as Fetter closes up to Machiko at the end. He won't get there, but Evan Batt wins King of the Castle once again in Pro Masters. Machiko 2nd, Jake Fetter 3rd with 2 major point swings for the podium finishers. There's a nice little congratulations from Matt Machiko to Evan Batt. Jake Fetter will also come on by, and give a quick handshake to him as well. Good signs of sportsmanship.
Honestly, a great race between all of them. Clean, hard fought. Everybody's pushing for those last little bits, improving across the session, and it will be Evan Batt coming away for the two-time king of the castle. And we'll get a crown for him ready once he gets out of his car, but he'll go around and celebrate, take his time getting back to pit lane. Behind him, we went through the top 5. Ryan Frank rounding out the edge of the top 5. Farther back, Jeff Mills finishes 6th. Michael Rivera, winner of the ROK subcategory, will finish 7th overall. Luis Quinones, P8. Hugh Templeman in 9th. And Brian Chatfield, we saw that battle just near the end, will get past Brad Danoff to make it into the top 10. Brad Danoff coming home 11th. Gouache finishing 12th. Morn Van Tack 13th. Ryan Estep 14th. Diomedes Ortiz in 15th. And then on back from there, Luis Quinones, issues. He'll be a couple of laps down, as will several others. Skitchy Barnes not able to finish. Joe Ruck, Kelly Johnson, Tim Hollowell, and Robert Fiege all out of the race. So big points implications and an exciting action-filled event.
Well, Evan Batt's going to burn him down for us here and celebrate this King of the Castle victory for the 2nd year in a row. And what a performance from Evan Batt to put himself back on the top step. Again, he was not able to make the final round of the season and wasn't able to join us in Charlotte either. But it's good to see him back, and I'm sure he's happy to keep that winning streak alive. Without a drop in this year's championship, it keeps it a lot harder to retain that number 2 plate, but it's not out of the question. You go perfect through the rest of the year, you could absolutely leapfrog a number of drivers in the standings when you have runs like we've had today, where 2 of the major contenders, Joe Ruck, Skitchy Barnes, having DNFs and basically last place finishes here in this main event. So big shakeup for our Pro and ROK Masters field. And now we're going to get set to go green with our, I believe, KA Juniors next up on the leaderboard. So from the gearbox classes back to single speed and a fully packed out 40 kart grid with over 60 on the entry list. We will return with more action for the Stars Championship Series King of the Castle live on Kart Chaser.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at SimCraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in SimCraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
Welcome back to Newcastle Motorsports Park as your KA100 juniors get set to go green here for their main event. Let's run you down your starting grid. It's Enzo Vidmontien and Ty Fisher getting set to take off from the front row. Vidmontien on the inside, Ty Fisher on the outside. Then you go back to John Antonino and Jackson Deal on row 2 in All MPG Academy. Second row, Isaac Malquit and Landon Boer starting on row 3. Nathan Dupuis and Mason Kuhn starting on row 4. And on the edge of your top 10, Travis Pettit and Michael McGoy. You go back to the 6th row with Cameron Marsha and Tristan Murphy.
Davis Henry and Kai Mars make up row 7. Max Weiland and Chase Gassey at Lee on row 8. Nathan Golseth and Benham Abernathy on row 9. And John Michael Dunnigan, Gabriel Balog round off your top 20 as we go to the back 10 rows here for this packed out KA Junior grid with Cash Perkins and Brandon Saraki.
Then you go back to Emerson Lane and Indy Anderson starting on row 12. Taylor Thermoswamy, Caleb Tartar as well after issues for him in the pre-final. Roman McCurdy, Derek Wargo, he had issues in the pre-final as well. Sebastian Riss starting on the 15th row. Then you go back to Jacob Scheible, Bex Cranston, Marco Romero, Donovan Hogan, Jackson Baldus, Christopher Utzi, Casey Mosley, Isabella Simpson, Luca Gomez, and Ryan Mort, your transfers from the pre-final B race that we had earlier on today. But they get set to go green. Enzo Vidmontien and Ty Fisher taking off from the front row.
Yeah, the 60-plus entry field for the second race in a row forced us again to whittle it down to a max of 40 in the main event here today. There was a bit of a change in the format that might have put the B pre-final drivers at a bit of a disadvantage, but luckily their pre-final was still wet enough that everyone should be on the same number of heat cycles on their MG tires for the dry conditions. Now, the biggest field we have sent down to turn number 1. We've seen already a bit of chaos in our rolling start for Micro, a clean start for KA Masters, but double the size, and let's see if they all can survive this super tight, full throttle straightaway into a 180-degree hairpin. Enzo on the inside in the white and orange Kart Republic. On the outside in that lime green and white TB Kart is Ty Fisher. It's a slow start. The field is together, and we look to the lights for the green flag here as they enter the start box. We are underway for KA Junior, and a great jump for both lines. They're pretty even. Little sideways down there for one of the Arcane Tony karts into turn number 1 as they all try to make it through the hairpin, and it looks like a good slow start by the leaders has kept us all on the racetrack into the shark fin. Vidmontien, Fisher, good move from Malka to 4th, and John Antonino in the middle there in 3rd as they battle the infield. Look at Ty Fisher, elbows out, he takes the lead.
Yeah, Ty Fisher not wasting any time. He had a really good start there on the outside, and already going to the point of the field for John Antonino as well, already up to 2nd, and Isaac Malquit making moves after starting on that outside line. The best start I think we've seen all weekend long from the outside line. Here's Andrew.
Yeah, that was about as good as you can do it. And Ty now commands the field with Antonino right on his tail through the horseshoe. Through all of that, though, they didn't lose or gain a ton back to 4th, 5th, and 6th. The real battle is 7th on back as Nathan Dupuis makes a move to get by Malkit for 4th into the 7th spot. Good start, I believe, for young man in Travis Pettit. He's up 2 spots on the jump of this one. And as well right around him, Mason Kuhn there on the MPG Academy machine ahead of one of his teammates. who looks to be Landon Boer ahead of Mason Kuhn. So that's 7th, 8th, and 9th. This is 4th, 5th, and 6th with Malkut wanting 4th back from Nathan Dupuis. And a little elbow grease is going to send Dupuis to the wayside. He'll hang on to it, but frustrated Nathan Dupuis is going to lose about maybe 7 or 8 spots there coming out of turn 1.
And for Nathan Dupuis, wanting to hold on to it around the outside, just didn't end up working out in the end. Jackson Deal still behind the rear bumper of Isaac Malkut, who holds on to that 4th spot now after overtaking Nathan Dupuis in the I-70 hairpin. They all cycle through. Travis Pettit already up 6 spots in this main event so far. So a good drive for Travis Pettit here.
Now, while the KA Juniors get slowly underway as we follow Michael McGoy and Max Weiland into the cell tower, we'll get ready to speak soon with our main event winner in Pro and KZ Masters, Evan Batt, on the HMG number 2 machine. Now, Ty Fisher and John Antonino have not traded the lead, or in the case of really Antonino has not made a bid for the lead since Fisher's gotten to it and Antonino's gotten to 2nd. They're working together and keeping a little gap back to Enzo Vidmontien. Still lots of time to play it out, but that has strung our field apart by the leaders working together. You can see the gaps are still pretty substantial through the top 15 or so, with no major changes in our top 6, top 7, top 8 really from the previous lap. The battle really is on for about 11th on back. So Fisher, Antonino, Vidmontien, then Malkut, then you've got Jackson Deal on the MPG machine in 5th, and then Travis Pettit closing the gap there in the 6th spot. Let's go and hear from our most recent King of the Castle once again, and this is our first repeat winner of the day, Evan Batt. Congratulations here to the HMG driver. And Evan, let's send it on down to you and catch up with you here in the scale tower. That was a good fight, man. What a good race for yourself, Matt Machiko, and Jake Fetter. How about it?
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Shout out to the field here. We've got a tremendous KZ Masters field. Lots of talent. It was not easy. It's holding on for dear life at the end. You know, you saw my first donut attempt. I needed to go to the Joe Ruck School of Donuts. Shout out to Joe. He gave me some pointers on the starts, and that first heat race, it was an absolute bat out of hell start that I got. So I think with a little coaching, he'll bring me up to speed on the donuts. But no, kart was great. Factory kart machine, HMG, chassis was wonderful. SRP power, we were absolutely flying, had everything dialed in. Big shout out to my wife and kids. They're out here watching me. To Tim Kennedy, Kyle Kennedy, everybody under the HMG tent that's helped me out. Paul Montopoli at AMV Kart Components for supplying the Tiger wheels. Perfect wheel. And, yeah, really happy to repeat and to get the job done.
Now, Evan, you have been not only a fantastic driver on the racetrack, but a great ambassador to get these master drivers in single speed and shifters out to the Stars events, out to this event especially here. How cool does it feel to see such big grids of Masters drivers? I chatted with David Galogna about it. I mean, you guys as well, 22 started that main event.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, we're all out here for fun, right? And I don't think you can have any more fun on track than in a shifter kart. So we pulled a lot of local guys here, Tim Hollowell, Robert Feige, and others. They're out here running week in and week out. We're getting 15-plus shifters, sometimes 20 shifters in a KRA club race out here. So, yeah, it's just about spreading the word, getting folks in the kart, coming out, having a good time. And, yeah, once you get the itch, there's no going back.
Well, let's talk about scratching that itch again. Will we get to see you for any of our remaining rounds in the Star Series? I know you're a busy man, but you've got a title to defend now. You're our most recent race winner.
To be determined. A lot of family obligations, so believe me, I'll be at any race that I can be, and we'll see when the time comes.
All right, well, congrats again, Evan. Awesome performance and a great race in Pro and ROK Masters.
Thanks, Xander. Thanks, everybody.
All right, folks, that's again our most recent King of the Castle. He's done it once again, defended his title from last year, while the title for KA Juniors King of the Castle is well up for grabs here, Caleb. Enzo Vidmontien, Ty Fisher, John Antonino, they've traded spots once again in the top 3, and it's Enzo leading the way here coming out of the cell tower.
Yeah, and a little bit of shuffling all throughout the top 10 here. Travis Pettit was up in a 4th a couple of laps ago, fell back to the back of that group. Malkut, Landon Boer, and Jackson Deal all continuing to fight. Boer leads that group. Jackson Deal currently sits 2nd in the group behind your leaders here at the moment. Then there's Malkut and then Travis Pettit at the tail end there. So they're working together now to get up to the rear bumper of John Antonino and close down the gap to your top 3 here. 3 different manufacturers, 3 different chassis up at the front.
Here we go down the front stretch. Vidmontien loves to lead, and Ty Fisher and Antonino seem content to work with him because it has made it easier to keep that fourth on-back group at bay. Landon Boer leads it. Last time by, Boer at a 15.2, Vidmontien a 14.6. So they were 0.6 quicker with Enzo leading the charge. At 8.5 minutes to go plus 2 laps, that gives them plenty of time to eventually fight for the top couple spots. But for now, if they stay together, it may just be these three that we're talking about in the fight for the win, because at 1.5 seconds out, Boer's not in the draft, and as things look, I don't know if he's got the speed to run down the leaders without any passes up front. The one bit of good news he has, he's got a teammate right behind him in Jackson Deal, so he can hopefully have some faith that he can take a normal line and still get some pushing and no dive bombs for that fourth spot.
Yeah, so we'll see how it shapes out for that second group. They look to be getting just that little bit closer. Further back, Nathan Dupuis was able to continue going here. He's currently 8th. Behind him is Mad Max Weiland and Michael McGoy rounding up your top 10. Good to see Michael McGoy up into the top 10 after what has been a start of the weekend to forget for young Michael McGoy after taking that first win in the OKNJ category history. So he's still pushing here, currently 10th overall, as there's a pass there. Antonino inside and clear of Ty Fisher.
And even with before that pass, you're right, Caleb, they did make up 2/10 to the race leader, Enzo Vidmontien. That entire second pack is running them down. The question now becomes when they arrive and if this next duo of Nathan Dupuis and Max Weiland can make up the ground. They're a little bit further down the road than the gap of 1.5 seconds. They're actually a little over 2 away from Travis Pettit in the second pack, so they've got a pretty uphill battle to try and march up to the leaders. They were even to race leader last time by at a 14 flat for Dupuis and Enzo, but again, any bit of battling for the lead's going to slow them a couple tenths. Do that enough times, we'll have plenty more drivers in the mix of it all. As we've seen now, Travis Pettit get around Jackson Deal. So Travis Pettit up to 6th and clawing his way continuously towards the top couple spots on that TB machine. The rest of your top 10, or the rest of the drivers outside the top 10, begin with Michael McGoy, as you mentioned, who had that rough start to the weekend, but we know the Ryan Perry Motorsport driver is fast as changing the lead here, Antonino and Fisher. And here we go, boys. This is going to really mix things up. Landon Boer trying to lead that next pack forward. Isaac Malka's gone around him. That's delayed the progress a little bit, but they're still close. And they're really close now, as Antonino is going to be the glue that brings that next group of 3 together. And we've got one driver that just lost a front tire coming out of the scale tower corner and made heavy impact with the retaining wall. That is the 808 Comp Kart.
That's Luca Gomez. Luca Gomez transferred into the main event from the pre-final B. So unfortunate there for Luca Gomez, out of this one early.
Bummer there for Luca Gomez. He is one of only a couple DNFs along with Donovan Hogan so far. Chase Gassiet Lee also with some issues early, faded down to the end of the field. He's running by his lonesome all the way at the back on the Nash Motorsports 834 back in 38th. But really only 3 casualties so far with a good bit of this race already under our belt. Ty Fisher, Enzo Vidmontien, John Antonino, and then this group, Isaac Malka, along with Landon Boer and Ty Fisher. As they head on the front straightaway, is the gap any closer? It picked up another 2/10 last time, and it's going to gain more. Vidmontien back to the lead over Fisher in turn 1.
Yeah, Antonino was able to go through there as well. And that group starting to close in. Isaac Malquid at the helm. Going to get to the rear bumper here of Ty Fisher on the exit of the shark fin here. And he's bringing along Landon Boer and Travis Pettit. There goes Pettit on the inside. Wanting to go on Boer. Not close enough as of yet. So for Fisher, has a teammate up there. There goes Malquid inside. He's able to get clear. But for Fisher and for all the other MPG academies in this top group, they have teammates. For Enzo Vidmontien, he's out there by himself, as well as Isaac Malquid.
Yeah, you've got a couple independents there, really, as Antonino now into the lead in the cell tower, and this is just an all-out brawl here for the top 6. Great news for the next pack of Nathan Dupuis and Max Weiland. They have caught up a little bit. Jackson Deal's lost some touch. He'll get closer now. Look at this. Everybody tight through the scale tower. Malka did not want to make a move for second, but he went low to defend and about lost it under braking as there was heavy pressure trying to force him to go or do something. Ultimately, no changes through the group, and now Vidmontien feeling the heat of a big run from Antonino. He moves low. Does he stay low? No, he'll open up, and Antonino's going to walk right through the doors. So another move there in the lead pack of 6. Antonino back to the lead. Vidmontien back on him in the shark fin. That's going to hurt him. Here's Malka trying to force his way through, and they make contact. Enzo Vidmontien and Isaac Malka around coming out of the shark fin. Vidmontien, frustrated, gives a little thumbs up to Isaac. And 2 of our top 6 now will drop down. Malka is stuck in the grass, and Vidmontien's going to fall somewhere around the high teens.
Yeah, unfortunate for Isaac Malquit. So the 2 of them out, and we've seen this story before. 2 MPGs and 2 TB carts up at the front. A 2v2 battle. Landon Boer, John Antonino against Travis Pettit and Ty Fisher here. And they continue to fight here. Antonino still in the lead. Ty Fisher second. Travis Pettit there in third. And then right there is Landon Boer, but not too far back, Jackson Dio. It's quickly going to turn into a 3v2 fight.
And one thing to keep in mind, we talked about the big shakeup in points in the last couple of mains. That is a big shakeup as well. Isaac Malkut won in Charlotte. Vidmontien finished on the box as well. They're both now way out here. As you can see, there is Malkut standing in the infield along with the 849 of Davis Henry. But John Antonino Jr. Leading the way, and Ty Fisher most notably is the driver that could inherit the points lead if he pulls off a top 3 result or even a race win at the end of it all. Now behind, we talked about Dupuis and Weiland. They're now within 2.5 seconds, but the pack is smaller and seemingly a little more tame with 2 drivers removed from it. But like you said, Caleb, 2v2, if you will. TB Kart has 2 entries there in second and third, and MPG Motorsports first and fourth in our lead pack. For now, no moves, single file. And an update a little further back. Another one of the MPGs has driven forward. Caleb Tarter into 8th. He's 8 seconds back. He's the next one behind Max Weiland and Nathan Dupuis there. They are running 6th and 7th, as you can see on your screen. It's a long ways back to the next group. Check this out here. Caleb Tarter, lots of rough luck there through the heat races, and the pre-final was not much better. He's now cracked the top 10, and he's trying to pull away from this mad scrum with Tristan Murphy, Michael McGoy, Kai Mars, Cash Perkins, Gabriel Balog's in that mix, Cameron Marsha, Benham Abernathy, and then former race leader Enzo Vidmontien finds himself right at the end of that group as well in 16th. So this is a pretty major fight outside your top 5 spots, as there's McGoy getting around Murphy for the 9th position.
Yeah, good move there by McGoy. Balog was also up in the lead pack in some of the heat races, but wasn't able to get it done. A change for the lead. Ty Fisher to the point. Travis Pettit now to second. Antonino fell back to third. And Landon Boer still there in the 4th spot. For Jackson Dio, he was kind of no man's land, didn't have the push from behind, and just wasn't close enough to get the draft, so he lost a little bit of time in the last couple of laps. Antonino wants to retake the 2nd spot, not close enough. Pettit keeps him pinned. They go side by side. Pettit has to yield, and Landon Boer looking to go through as well. They continue to go side by side, and Boer takes the 3rd spot from Pettit.
So John Antonino splits up the teammates there. That's going to bring that next group a little bit closer, as Jackson Deal is going to come under fire here in a moment from Nathan Dupuis and Max Weiland for that 5th position. Here we go across the line. They'll just get in under the time limit, so 3 laps to go for the race leaders. Ty Fisher checks the margin back to Antonino. He's going to start defending low. He'll go center track. You can see it started to dry off, but there still is some moisture on the scene headed into turn number 1, but it's definitely gotten a bit easier to go offline. As here's Fisher going offline to the inside and through on Landon Boer. So, Travis Pettit, I should say. Pettit into 3rd, Boer back to 4th. Fisher still leads, but Antonino right there and just staying close through the green turn.
Yeah, Fisher, your leader, and he's defending because they're just out of time here. When they cross the stripe, it should be 2 laps to go. Ty Fisher doesn't defend this time into the cell tower. John Antonino retakes the point. Travis Pettit there in 3rd, looking to push Ty Fisher up 1 spot better and take himself up there with Ty Fisher as well to make it a 1-2. Landon Boer still there, and for Jackson Deal, it's not Jackson Deal anymore, it's Nathan Dupuis who leads that 2nd group.
They're still about a little over 2.5 seconds away. It'll be a long shot for any of those 3 to get up into the mix here, but never say never. 2 long laps remain at Newcastle Motorsports Park. Fisher pointing to Antonino to focus forward, but I don't think Antonino's going to buy that for a second. He's going to fade to the low side. Fisher will go even lower. Sends it on the bottom. And Pettit tries to follow as well. He actually gets up alongside his teammate, but there's no room to get into second, so he'll drop back to third. Antonino still second, and they're all split apart. First and third, second and fourth. Into the infield here, Antonino has to cover low. He knows Pettit could have sent it there, so Ty Fisher onto the low side in the green corner. Antonino's going to try and repay the favor, going even lower, and they're going to go 3 wide for the lead. Boer way to the high side will take over maybe second, and he's got the momentum. He does. Landon Boer, big heads-up move there.
Yeah, it's not Antonino anymore. Now it's Landon Boer. Here comes Nathan Dupuis, Max Weiland, and more side by side in between the two of them. There goes Ty Fisher. Tries to retake the point. Boer on the bottom of the racetrack. He's able to take the lead. Ty Fisher second, trying to get the move done again. Antonino going to push the TB cart ahead of his teammate there. Ty Fisher retakes the lead, and Boer drops a tire. Dupuis goes off the racetrack.
That's going to allow Travis Pettit into third. Here's Weiland. He'll get into fourth. Side by side for the teammates. Jackson Deal alongside Landon Boer. As the white flag waves, Ty Fisher has fended them off nicely, but he's still got a lot more to hang on. Antonino's going to pressure him to the low side into turn one, and everyone's on the bottom as Landon Boer is the only one to try the outside for a big momentum run towards the shark fin. Look who is still lurking there. Dupuis is still not gone. Antonino alongside Fisher, still side by side. Pettit with a run. They're going to run into the hairpin here, and Antonino gets back down low as there's contact. Weiland gets shuffled to the wayside. Deal to fourth. Dupuis side by side for fifth.
Everybody pushing and shoving. Antonino, bottom of the racetrack in the green corner. He gets through. Ty Fisher goes way wide. Contact further back. Deal and Max Weiland. But who came out in the lead? John Antonino and Travis Pettit.
Ty Fisher got all the way into the dirty part of the racetrack, into the grass a bit. Nathan Dupuis avoiding the carnage is into third, but Antonino now holds the lead. Can Travis Pettit get his first junior win? He's on the cusp of it. John Antonino Jr. trying to get another win as they head down the short chute for King of the Castle. 2 major zones remain. This right-hander and this left right here. Antonino goes low. Pettit, can he find a hole anywhere? It doesn't look like it. Dupuis might surprise him, and he does as Antonino wins King of the Castle. And Dupuis goes from 7th to 2nd in the final 2 laps. Pettit third, Fisher fourth, and look at that. Enzo Vidmontien from crashing rebounds to 5th. That was incredible for the KA Junior main. Enzo Vidmontien goes from spun out, battling for the win, to recover to a top 5. You saw there frustration from Ty Fisher's end as he ends up 4th. But Enzo Vidmontien, that recovery drive, that failure to give up, even as frustrated as he was with Isaac Malcutt, is undoubtedly going to be the drive that wins him the championship if he gets that title, because still finishing in 5th and potential penalties that could loom for all that carnage on the final lap could promote him as high as the podium, and that will keep him, I think, in the points lead.
Yeah, no, for sure. A really good drive, a good recovery drive and damage limitation for Enzo Vidmontien. How about that for Kai Mars? Edge of the top 5, P6, and Michael McGoy, who was way far back in the field, all the way up to P7. A good consolation prize here this weekend for Michael McGoy. Landon Boer as well, P8, after what could have been there for Landon Boer and the MPG Academy boys. And then you go back to Cash Perkins, finishing P9. Cameron Marsha across the line at 10th. Not too bad for the rookie in Cameron Marsha, a top 10 finish. And then Tristan Murphy 11th, Ben Abernathy 12th, Mason Kuhn 13th, Indy Anderson 15th, Rowan McCurdy 15th, and all the way down to the rest of your field. But a little bit of a debrief going on in the scales now in between Antonino and Ty Fisher there, just behind your finishing grid order. And they're all congratulating there for Antonino as wants to have a word there with Ty Fisher after that last lap incident.
Yeah, hey, that's probably the best outcome. You see from Antonino saying, hey, I'm sorry, I was going for it. Obviously, Ty Fisher is going to be frustrated with the end result. But you know, that was these young kids laying it all on the line to try and get a race win. And Ty Fisher, for the second Stars race in a row, is right there in the mix of it all, fighting and leading many, many laps. That big win is coming once again here for Ty Fisher. Nathan Dupuis, big heads-up drive, stayed kind of, didn't really get himself into the picture after a rougher start. He got pushed off again, remember, at the exit of turn number 1 very early in that main. Still recovers to get all the way back up to second. So great try back up for the Super Tuned Tony Kart driver of Nathan Dupuis. And then again, Travis Pettit, podium here in KA Junior. And what a run for Ty in only his second run with the Race Lab Karting TV kart groups. He seems pretty happy with that new home for him.
Yeah, not too bad for Travis Pettit. I mean, it was a slow start in the junior category for him, and then now just finally coming into his own here this weekend after switching teams and going over to that TV car team, like you said. But man, what a race! And then some of the big stories coming out of that one: Isaac Malquit not able to finish your round one winner, and that's really not going to help him out in the championship. And a couple of others that found themselves way down the order: Max Weiland, Jackson Deal, all DNFs, Caleb Tarter. The spell of bad luck just doesn't end here, unfortunately, for Jackson Deal and a couple of others who are fighting up there at the front. Chase Castioli, unfortunately, still has another race here today. But, man, what a race did we just witness as we have some pickup getting set to go underway. I think we already got it underway. So the Mini Swift class getting set to go green. The Swift Stars with a couple of big mix-ups. Parker Ives, the driver who's been so dominant this year in the Mini Swift class, starts further back in the field and has to get through a lot of drivers here in this one.
Yeah, so the last kind of notes there on that KA Junior class all wrapped. A couple big movers from the B pre-final were still able to march their way up, and we ended up with still a good amount of finishers. 31 crossed the line of the 40 who started. Luckily there from that scary moment with Luco Gomez earlier, he was check cleared and okay from that tire coming off and making heavy contact with the blue and yellow barriers at the outside of the scale tower corner. And that's allowed us to continue rolling through the day's action here with Swift Stars. Nico Katowski and Enzo De Janeiro on row 1, Valentino Santian and Royce Vega on row number 2.
You go back to Cameron Johnson and Bowen Green on row 3. And then on row 4, Marco Samet and Isaac Payne. Bashi Jimenez and Nicholas Mose round up your top 10 in your first 5 rows.
Then you go back to Luke Giglio on the inside. Got his first career national podium at the Queen City Gambit in Charlotte. He's got a little work to do to roll from 11th alongside Grayson Walcott. Then it's Colton Schniegenberg back from a big stint overseas. He's got a full American summer lined up before headed back to Europe later on in the year alongside Holden Myers. Parker Ives, as you mentioned, rolls off P15. Long way forward for the RPM Nitro kart alongside Ben Gloverman.
Then you go back to Riley Dobelier starting on row 9 alongside Robert Lash, Cade Wolf, and Laney Thickpin, your top 20 drivers here. Then you go back to Asher Ferris, AJ Stoner, and Dravalos, Josh Bergman after contact for him yesterday as well. Emma Schumann, Alex Kutcher, Braden Westfall, Tucker Trebe, who had contact yesterday as well. Willem Vitor, Simon Jack Klein, Alyssa Eddy, Owen Gassione, and more getting set to go green here in your Swift Stars main event.
Here they go into the tram lines. A little bit fast on the outside lane is going to put some pressure on Katowski on the bottom, but they are going to get the green, and we're underway as they fan out 2 and 3 wide. This is going to be a little bit chaotic in turn number 1. We might lose a couple. We've got 2 off in the dirt, and one of them is Royce Vega. The Bennett driver got shuffled out off the wayside, and he is going to fall all the way to the rear and a good ways back. As what a good start on the other end of the spectrum for Enzo De Janeiro. He leads us through the infield while they cycle behind him. Santian into 3rd, Katowski 2nd, and we go to the green corner with a bit of a gap from 1st to 2nd and 2nd to 3rd.
Yeah, a little bit of gaps there. Santian and Cameron Johnson went side by side. Parker Ives already looking to make moves here. There's Bowen Green, who's able to get through and continue to work his way further up the field. In front of him, Marco Samet as well. So a lot of drivers there still just trying to find a spot on the racetrack where they can get going here.
Single file through the horseshoe. There is, again, Marco Samet on screen, Bowen Green on screen. Luke Giglio with a nice little slide move to make up a spot coming out of the horseshoe. He gets one more position higher in the top 10, although he dropped a tire right there at the exit of the scale tower corner. Didn't look like it cost him a spot. Let's see the leaders coming onto the front straightaway. De Janeiro with a little gap to Katowski. Then Santian, then Cameron Johnson. The Merlin Franklin Motorsports driver in 4th. A little ways back from Santian and Katowski. They're focused on hunting down the race leader while we've got battles further back. Samet clear on Bashi Jimenez for 5th. And look at this gaggle here. Luke Giglio's in the mix with it. They're 3 wide. Giglio, Isaac Payne, Grayson Walcott. This is 8th on back or so, and there's about 10 of them all dicing it up. Parker Ives in the middle there on that bright silver helmet as one driver to the wayside will look to be maybe the 141 of AJ Stoner, who had picked up a few and then dropped back, and it's just a big swarm. You can drop the names in the hat and keep shuffling them every time they take a corner, because that's what it's doing on the leaderboards. Is somehow we haven't had any issues yet. Ives going to slide ahead of one of them there through the kink.
Yeah, good move there by Parker Ives. He's able to get through, but not going to defend this time, and he's able to stay clear. Josh Bergman as well, one of the drivers working his way up the field. Schniegenberg, everybody just kind of going side by side and continuing to fight here, and just losing time to the leaders here of Enzo De Janeiro and Nico Katowski, who continue to set in personal best lap times as Schniegenberg dropped the tire. Parker Ives inside, clear that time by.
Yeah, nicely done by the 149. So that would put him, I think, right around 11th or 12th, up a couple spots on the start. And we've got a battle for the lead coming up here to turn number 1, folks. While Giglio leads this pack, Nico Katowski had a run on Enzo De Janeiro. He's trying to take advantage of it, but De Janeiro saw him coming and released the brake pedal, went in deeper on the outside. He gets the lead still. Valentino Santian, through that kind of side-by-side moment, gets back up to Katowski, and Marco Samet bringing the rest of the army with him there through the infield. So we're back close again, about 5, nearly 6 deep up front, while the rest of the pack's further back. Here's Katowski, again another attempt. This time it's successful. Nico Katowski retakes the lead.
Yeah, and Enzo De Janeiro was tapping the back of his helmet, telling Katowski to push him forward, and Katowski didn't listen. Does De Janeiro push? He does for now, and then Santillan there in third as well for Cameron Johnson and Marco Samet and others still pushing each other forward here. So Samet closing down the gap bit by bit, but if De Janeiro continues to work with Katowski, they could maybe pull away from the likes of Jimenez and Bowen Green further back in the field, but quickly going to become a 5-kart battle here in the front.
Only one DNF so far. Unfortunately, that was Braden Westfall. He went out in the final turn last lap coming through, so the 148 will not finish. The rest of the 30-plus starters are still rolling. Couple laps in the books here. Nico Katowski leads. Oh, there's issues for the 113. One of the Alonso kart drivers is going to fall down the order, and by the looks of things, that is William Vitor. So Vitor out. Katowski leads. De Janeiro, Santian, Samet. And with a moment of break in the passes for the lead, let's hear from our most recent king of the castle. John Antonino Jr. had probably the wildest fight to get the crown so far today. Buddy, let's send it down to you here and walk us through those last couple laps, because that was crazy to get the win.
Yeah, I mean, it was tough. We were forcing passes that we probably shouldn't have been forces. I mean, it was chaotic, and yeah, I mean, for the win, it was tough because I wasn't trying to really pass there. I was trying to defend, and then I just kind of got shoved from behind, and I just went through. I didn't mean to shove him off either. I just had understeer from getting pushed from behind, and it just kind of drove off. But yeah.
Yeah, we saw you obviously go up and give a hug and apology there to Ty Fisher. That was a class act move by you, John, so that made us all proud to watch in the booth. But I'm sure you got a lot of proud supporters watching you online. Who would you like to thank and give some shout-outs to, both those that are here and those that may not be?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my dad, Grace, Chase, Billy for the amazing kart, and I couldn't have done it without them. The BBS engine was ripper this entire weekend. I mean, probably the best engine I've ever had. I'd like to thank 557, Valley Steel, my grandpa at home. I'd like to thank Minus 273, Group A Apparel, and Simmons Instruction, and everybody else that helps me.
Well, congratulations, John. You are officially a king. King of the castle, and K.A. Jr. wish you best of luck coming up to double up at OKNJ.
Thank you.
All right, folks, again, that was John Antonino, our most recent winner. He didn't dominate, but led up front and was part of 4 that dominated the K.A. Jr. main and comes out with the provisional win. Now, down the short chute, look at this, how much it's changed in the lead pack when you look away for just a moment. It is still Nico Katowski and Enzo De Janeiro leading, Valentino Santin and Marco Samet, but behind them, the gap has really opened up since they have remained in tow. It's over 2 seconds back to Cameron Johnson and Bashi Jimenez. And the rest of the top 10's also pretty disconnected as well. You look to see a 2-car pack there with Johnson and Jimenez. And then from behind them, Bowen Green kind of by himself. Tucker Tribe there in 8th. Parker Ives back in the 9th spot, another second or so away as the leaders snake their way out of the shark fin without some major moves. These may be our 4 contenders for the podium and the King of the Castle crown, Caleb.
Yeah, Santiana just kind of a little bit upset with Marco Samet, who keeps trying to pass. And there, Marco Samet gets through, and that gap opens up just that little bit more from the BJR MDR LED card of Samet and the Sodi Racing USA machine of Valentino Santian. So now, if these two drivers can work together, set their differences aside, they can definitely get up to the rear bumper here of Enzo De Janeiro in no time. But for Parker Ives' update, a 117.284. He currently sits 9th with Tucker Triebe as well, who had issues and was one of the drivers up there in the top 5 all week long. So they should be there in no time. They're sitting in personal best lap times, lapping about 0.4 of a second quicker than your leaders here at the moment. So if they can clear some drivers ahead of them here, they may be there when it comes down to the last 2 laps. Still a lot of racing left to go. 7 minutes plus 2 laps. Anything can happen here.
Yeah, through turn number 1, you saw the 4-car leader group go through without a change. Here's a change in the next pack. Big move down the inside from maybe Tucker Tribe on Bowen Green for 5th. They have all kind of packed up together behind the lead pack, 5 seconds away, and with a mighty gap to try and make up.
Yeah, so we'll see what they do here. Enzo De Janeiro there. Your leader, Abashi Jimenez, who is currently 7th, is in the grass and looks to be out of this main event here early. Unfortunate for Bashi, who was the lead Benek in the field after Royce Vega had issues at the start of this race, and he finds himself way far back. So unfortunate there for Bashi Jimenez, and an unfortunate day and end for the Benek team here this weekend. Katowski, your new leader with De Janeiro in 2nd. Marco Samet, though, closed down the gap to the top 2. And along with them, Valentino Santian has been able to stay connected there with these top 3. So it looks to be a 4-kart race. A little bit further back, Tucker Triebe and Parker Ives, and that's going to cycle through when they cross the line. They were able to get ahead of Johnson and Bowen Green as well. So 5th and 6th respectively for Triebe and Ives here. And when 2-6 go up in the air, they may be there and get in the mix here, Xander.
Yeah, I mean, it would need a lot. It would need a lot to allow them to get up into the mix. I mean, still, even with a little bit of passing on their end, they didn't lose a ton that time, to be fair. But they didn't gain that much either. With Nico Katowski not really putting the wheel wrong, Enzo De Janeiro happy to push him, probably getting some signals from the fence line to keep doing what he's doing because it is working. You'd need a loss of somewhere in the mix of 5 to 7/10 a lap consistently, and we're just not getting that. The track's getting drier, the times are getting more consistent, and your leading quartet are doing exactly what they need to do to keep it a quartet up at the front. 5 minutes plus 2 laps to go for all of them, with Marco Samet ahead of Valentino Santian. Let's check in if that, it looks like something must have happened in that group behind. They have definitely spread apart, just looking back at that 2nd pack. They were quite a bit bigger than just 2 of them. It's Parker Ives getting ahead of Tucker Tribe, and granted they pulled away a little bit the last time by when we checked in on them, but they have really pulled away now. Bowen Green has gotten around Cameron Johnson, and they are more than 2 seconds away from these 2 drivers. And if anything, Tucker Tribe and Parker Ives, they didn't make up a little. In fact, they made up about 4/10 last time, so it's not enough to get there without any help. Luckily, they've got some. New leader, Enzo De Janeiro, Marco Samet 2nd, Katowski 3rd. That's what Parker Ives and Tucker Tribe need to happen consistently to give themselves a shot at the podium.
Yeah, so a good drive for Marco Samet so far, having to make up a couple of spots here in this main event. Still looking for that first national win here for Marco Samet, and already in a good spot, being in the 2nd spot here with a big draft coming to the main straightaway next time by. So let's see what it looks like for Marco Samet, hitting his marks here at the moment with a little bit of help from Nico Katowski right behind. So for Marco Samet, this could be the weekend to get that monkey off his back.
Yeah, this might be it here. Let's see if the BJR MDR driver goes to the lead now that he's got his first opportunity at it, coming to the big front straightaway run that we know he'll get a massive toe off the back of De Janeiro for. Starts the straight about 2 car lengths away. He's got Katowski pushing him. Big run for the 175. He looked back, saw Katowski. He's going to roll with it. To the inside and to the lead for Marco Salmon, and Katowski just a little bit early to clear himself ahead of Enzo De Janeiro. Luckily, it didn't end in tears for anyone. De Janeiro did a good job of keeping his wits about him and tucking into line, but that could have ended a lot worse in the exchange for second here, Caleb.
Yeah, definitely. As I'm looking back at the times here, last time by for Parker Ives, a 116.829, almost a second quicker than your leaders here at the moment, about 0.8 of a second quicker. So let's see. This is some pretty scary lap times there. Tucker Trebe as well, setting in pretty similar, but Ives kind of pulling away for Trebe here at the moment. So anything can happen. Still a lot of racing action left. 2.5 minutes to go, plus 2 laps.
Now remember, if we go back to Charlotte Motor Speedway when Parker Ives got that first career Swift Stars and Mini Swift win, he didn't need any help. He drove away from the field in every session by himself. And now he may not have any help to catch the leaders, but is it the same story where he will not need it? Tucker Tribe, you saw there, is a couple car lengths away, so he's not close enough to push Parker on those straightaways. The bad news, there wasn't a pass for the lead that time by that was a big loss in time. Samet did go past, but he still had a good lap. Ives picked up another half second, 3.4. Well, it's going to be close. With another change in the lead, this will help, and this one was more under braking than anything as De Janeiro goes back around Katowski, and both of them had already freight trained Samet, so it's getting racy up front. Parker Ives is now coming into frame as, oh no, heartbreak for Bowen Green. Off to the side of the racetrack coming out of turn number 1. He was running with Luke Giglio, his good buddy, and Josh Bergman as well. And 7th, 8th, and 9th now becomes just 8th and 9th. Cameron Johnson will move up into the 9th spot a couple tenths away, and Isaac Payne will get promoted to 10th. Well, Bowen Green had such a good run going here in this main, a safe top 10 after a great result in Charlotte. And now he is going to suffer a DNF.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Bowen Green. No drops here at the Stars Championship Series, so definitely going to hurt his championship hopes after he ran up at the front at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. You can see those gaps just closing little by little here for Marco Samet and others. Santillan there in that 4th spot. De Janeiro still your leader. Let's see what the gap is this time by. It was just at 2.9 seconds. It looks like it's going to get even closer than that with the passing. It's at 2 seconds flat. So for Parker Ives, closing by the second here, but this isn't going to help because nobody's passing here into the I-70 hairpin.
No one's making any moves there with 30 seconds plus 2 laps to go, and the way the timer is going to hit 0, it'll hit it this lap, so we're going to get 2 to go next time by. Ives is still, like you said, he's making up ground. It's just going to be borderline if it's enough to get there to make something happen. At this point, I would say it's going to be banking on some carnage or chaos in the front, which, if we learned anything from that KA Junior race, it's far from out of the question when you got this many drivers in the lead group, all wanting that top step of the podium. Into the cell tower corner, we've got another pass for the lead. Katowski goes back through. Another driver looking for a first career U.S. national win, as De Janeiro goes back in on him in the horseshoe. And we go back to the same. Samet and Santillan were side by side for a moment as well. All of this continuing to help Parker Ives in the 149 get there. And Tucker Tribe, I mean, he's still going. He's still making up time as well, just at a slightly slower rate than Ives. So 1st and 2nd in pace on the racetrack. They are 5th and 6th right now as the leaders hit 2 to go. Enzo De Janeiro versus Nico Katowski, Marco Samet, Valentino Santillan, and potentially 2 more if they're not careful, as De Janeiro is going to cover the low side into turn 1.
Yeah, Marco Samet around the outside there, looking to get the move, not close enough. Santillan's going to go through, up in a P3 there. Enzo De Janeiro still defending here from Katowski, who doesn't go in the shark fin. Santillan looking to set up an over-under, so does Marco Samet there. Gets it done, has a good run there into the scoreboard hairpin. They all go through. Santillan up to 2nd. Samet looks to get up to 3rd, has a good run there on the outside. He's going to have the inside for the green corner, and with some help from Katowski, he gets up to 2nd. And Parker Ives, welcome to the party. A drive up the field here. He is officially in the fight for the win.
15th to 5th is already a good result, up 10 spots, but Parker wants more. Santillan's going to send it on the inside of Katowski. Ives trying to go as well. He'll be stuck on the outside, so that'll be tough to hang on. Can he do it? And he cannot as he gets run to the edge of the track. And here comes Tucker Tribe with a big run down the short chute. We're now up to 6 in the pack. But Samet and De Janeiro have a little bit of a gap. So as they round through the final couple turns, here we go for the white flag. 1 lap to go. And Enzo De Janeiro, Marco Samet chasing first career major wins in the Swift Stars category. A big run for Samet is needed. He doesn't have it down to turn 1. He's too far back. De Janeiro can take the normal line while they fight for third.
Yeah, Santillan wanting to defend the last of the podium places here. See that there's a pretty big gap there and continuing to defend into the shark fin here. So they're creating this a 2-kart battle with Marco Samet and Enzo De Janeiro. And Parker Ives going to look to make a move there further back. But it's these two right here with that gap continuing to open up from third on back. It's Enzo De Janeiro against Marco Samet, who needs a perfect couple of corners here to get to the rear bumper of Enzo De Janeiro and give himself a shot for the race win.
That was a good exit out of the green turn. That'll pull him close, and a little help over the hill will bring him closer. De Janeiro probably going to leave the door open. No, he felt him coming. He went down to the inside. Now it's time to dance for the race win. Samet looking high, looking low. De Janeiro still covering. Right here, he's got to be careful not to bog the exit too hard. Samet got a bit of a run. He's almost there. Into the scale tower now. De Janeiro low, battling back behind as well. Final couple turns. Back and forth we go. Can Enzo hang on? Samet, one last corner. He's not going to get there. Enzo De Janeiro is king of the castle in Swift Stars.
Marco Samet across the line second. Valentino Santillan third. And then, Parker Ives across the line third. Onto the podium there for Parker Ives across the line. Nico Katowski fourth. Valentino Santillan rounds up your top 5 there. And Parker Ives, a good drive up the field. Katowski, P4, what could have been his second national podium here this weekend. Unfortunate there at the line. Then Valentino Santillan 5th. And then for Royce Vega all the way up to 8th after being in the grass at the exit of the I-70 hairpin on the opening lap. Isaac Payne 7th, Walcott 9th. Then you go back to Ben Gleverman, who rounds up your top 10 here.
Yeah, and for Royce Vega to go from way back, he wasn't just last of the train. He was back by probably 4 or 5 seconds driving through the grass off the opening lap. That's a good recovery drive in the same vein as Enzo Vidmontien did in the KA Junior main to keep him in the points hunt for Team Bennick and for himself. Grayson Walcott and Ben Gleverman, respectable top 10s. Josh Bergman just outside looking in. Cade Wolf, Luke Giglio, Colton Schneegenberg, Alex Kutcher, the top 15. Top 20 run for Riley Dobelier up the grid. Andrew Avalos, Asher Ferris, Cameron Johnson. He got spun coming out of the final turn onto the front straightaway. He was in that kind of top 10 group that Vega was in. And for a driver that ran as high as 5th, that's going to be a disappointing end to the weekend, losing about 10 spots in the final couple hundred feet. But he crosses in 19th ahead of Robert Lash, Hardin, and we finished with 29 of our 33 starters. So granted, while there was some chaos on lap 1 and a little more at the end, still have the majority of the field finishing out this Swift Stars main. So congratulations here, Enzo De Janeiro and Team Ferris Racing victorious in Swift Stars. When we return, just a couple more semi-pro mains, and then the Mazda Motorsports Pro Show goes green here from King of the Castle.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental U.S.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Are you ready to go fast? From road race to sprint race, 4-stroke, 2-stroke, club, regional, and national, DYL Kart Sport brings a family fun atmosphere. We're here to help you. We've already got plenty of hardware here to start 2024, And with team manager Rhett Thomas bringing years as a champion driver and tuner, we're ready to take you to the front. Inquire now to find out more about our Comp Kart race shop and team at dylkartsport.com or driveyourline.com.
Kyle, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at parallelusa.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
It's time for your KA Stars to go green for their main event. Oliver Hodgson and Alan Isambard start on the front row, and then Theo Kakati and Austin Olds on row 2. Brandon Lemke, Eli Warren on row 3, Jackson Woney and James Overbeck starting on the 4th row. Lucas Zabo and Finnegan Bailiff round out your top 10 in your first 5 rows. Sam Abrutsky and Zach Frank on row 6. And you go back to Noah Jackson, Carter Thompson, both on row 7. And then Drew James and Chris Harrower on row number 8. Daniel Perez and Alex Feldstein, row 9. Carson Sauter and CJ Bowman on row 10. And then you go back to your final 10 rows here this weekend with 40 drivers getting set to go green, with Logan Mueller, Luke Powers having to work his way up the field, Grant Vogel and Addison Ainello as well. Mason Surgener and Christian Menezes and Mick Gabriel, after deciding not to go out in the rain, starting on row number 14 alongside Nikolai Dukov. Evan Stamer and Adam Maxwell round up your top 15 in your automatic transfers. And then Marco Mastronzi, Aiden Shimbashi, Ben Gaunt, Sawyer Roussel, Frederick Manning, Jaden Harry, Malachi Smith, Ryan Bierman, Camden Trachtenberg, and Ryan Miller all had to race their way in earlier this morning in the pre-final B. But Oliver Hodgson and Alan Isambard getting a set to go green here.
Yeah, they will round the final turn, and it's a bright fluorescent yellow comp cart inside lane for the first 2 rows of Hodgson and Kakati. Isambard in the black and orange Sodi on the outside. 40 deep for KA Stars King of the Castle as we get set to go green. Lights out and away we go. We're racing down to turn number 1. Oliver Hodgson on the low side leads us into the hairpin. They are 2 abreast about the first 10 rows and then 3 wide further back. Nobody goes wide, but there is some contact in the middle that slowed a few down as they wheel hop. Here's Brandon Lemke making a move on the off pole man. He goes to 3rd, Kakati into 2nd, and a run for Jackson Wolney trying to go to the inside for 4th. He gets by, yes. Isambard's actually going to go all the way into the grass. Alan Isambard's going to lose about 5 or 6 spots there right off the rip as Oliver Hodgson, the master of the wet, is leading the way in these slowly drying conditions here in Newcastle. And what a good start for the MPG Academy driver of Austin Olds. For once, it feels like here in these last few KA main events, he's got a good launch, unlike a bad one where we've seen him in the dirt or we've seen him on the racetrack in lap 1.
Yeah, definitely a really, really good start compared to how the year has gone for Austin Olds. Full of bad luck, but that ends here today. Already in 4th at a track he knows oh so well. For Brandon Lemke, sits there in 3rd for the Franklin Motorsports Merlin. They're chasing down the 2 comp carts ahead of Dale Kakati and Oliver Hodgson. Alan Isambard, update on him. He's currently outside of the top 10, all the way back outside of the top 20 even at that. So unfortunate here for Alan Isambard and Mick Gabriel as well, who had not the best start, a poor start for Mick Gabriel all the way to the tail end of the field after contact on the exit of the I-70 hairpin. But everybody cycling through. James Overbeck there in tow with Austin Olds. And let's see if Lemke goes this time. Looking to get through. Kakati going to defend already into the scoreboard hairpin.
Theo Kakati very aggressive early on as, whoa, we've got some very frustrated drivers in Alan Isambard and Logan Mueller. Not happy with each other. Isambard probably already frustrated from getting shuffled off one time on the opening lap. And now our Charlotte winner is going to suffer a 40th place or near that result going out on lap number 2. It looked like it was in the shark fin for both of them. He's going to get back going, but granted, he's already half a lap behind as the top 3 have a massive gap. There's more contact. Adam Maxwell with some issues there, pounding the wall. Here's the leaders coming out of the final few turns. Actually, the second group, James Overbeck and Lucas Zabo getting by Austin Olds. And Finnegan Bailiff there 7th. Then it's Wolney, Warren. And what a good start for Zach Frank, who had to fight his way into the A-main. And he's in the top 10 now.
Yeah, Kakati there dropped the tire into the dirt there for a second. Lemke there, as Kakati going defensive for Oliver Hodgson. Lemke has to get around Theo Kakati here if he wants to have a shot at the win. Lemke on the inside, not able to get clear. Theo still defending here for Oliver Hodgson.
Now here's the thing with Theo Kakati. This is his first K100 start to my knowledge. He comes from Dubai, spent a lot of time racing the Rotax Max Challenge over there, raced it here. And he's a very aggressive driver. He's not used to this more pack mentality that the 100cc racing brings. He's thinking solely for himself, and he is hindering their charge towards Oliver Hodgson. But a bit of a learning experience is probably in store for the comp car driver here in this main as Lemke and Overbeck get through. And if he can stay patient and just bide his time, they're not going to swallow him up because the draft will keep him in the mix. But if someone's a little bit faster in this style of racing, it's okay to let them through in the opening couple laps and follow. And now Brandon Lemke has done that, and the opportunity rests on his shoulders to track down Kakati's teammate in Oliver Hodgson.
Yeah, so Overbeck and Lemke still pushing further up the field here. No passes so far for Lucas Zabo. Kakati there still going kind of midway through the racetrack as Brandon Lemke drops a tire, and James Overbeck not going to waste any time. Going to go on the inside and clear into the shark fin. Kakati goes through as well. And now for Brandon Lemke, a really uncharacteristic mistake there from the Wisconsin Wonder Kid.
Oh, and Kakati's going to dive again for second, and again he's just handing the race to his teammate, which may be what he wants, but I would think he'd want to race for the win. He's fighting so much, though, for second. It's hurting them all as we've lost one. Off goes Lucas Zabo, who got that front bumper stuck behind the right front tire. He's going to get that dislodged, but he is now all the way to the tail end of the field as Lemke's mistake has put him into a swarm in the top 10. It cost Austin Olds a number of spots as well, and that has majorly split up this pack. So Kakati, if he takes a look back, he'll see he's got some room back to Finnegan Bailiff. If he can work with James Overbeck, they might still have a chance to hunt down Oliver Hodgson before this is all said and done. Now, with this moment in the action up front, while the battling still rages in the top 10, we'll go side by side and hear from King of the Castle in Swift Stars, Enzo De Janeiro. Enzo, congratulations, buddy. What a race to pull off a big-time win and get the crown here today. How does it feel?
It feels good. I'd like to thank my mechanics, Connor Ferris, John Ferris, and OG. We just got the same name, but and it felt really good defending. It felt pretty good when we were coming around, and when I was coming around with Marco. Felt really good, but I thought I had it in the bag, and it came to me, but it felt really good with the win, and those people I would like to thank.
Well, you've got them covered, so we could talk about the race here with one more moment. Talk about, like you said, you thought you had it in the bag, and then Marco charged back up to you. How were you able to keep your nerves so low? And talk to us what was going through your mind those last couple corners, especially in the back in the cell tower.
Just keep them controlled, under control, and when I defended, just come back, control them under, and felt really good. I kept my nerves down, just took a deep breath, and I just got it there. It felt really good for the first Stars race I won.
Well, congratulations, Enzo. First Stars, Swift Stars win. That's an awesome way to get it done and a great battle at the end. Now, let's go back to the action here on the racetrack. As you saw, they were making up some ground to Oliver Hodgson, and then Theo Ciccotti once again went back to the inside, this time to take over second from James Overbeck, but they didn't lose too much time. They're still well within the toe of Hodgson here through the cell tower. Theo defending a little bit there, though, is going to hurt them, and Overbeck and Finnegan Bailiff, trapped behind Ciccotti, are still stuck and not able to get up to Oliver Hodgson and challenge the race leader. Brandon Lemke, though, this is good news for him, as after that mistake and then kind of getting eaten up by the pack, is closing back up as Ciccotti drops a tire there out of the scale tower. So he lost some time once again to the lead, and I wouldn't be surprised here if Overbeck takes that as a sign that, nah, I got to go back in on you now with Bailiff in tow. Let's see. Overbeck checking the gap. He's got some room. He's going to push him down the front stretch, and Ciccotti's going to defend low again. Just really, you know, it's hard to watch from our end. From his end, obviously, he's just worried about not going backwards, but it's just a big difference in mentality in this style of racing than what he may be used to.
Yeah, there you go, James. Overbeck gets the move done finally. And let's see Finnegan Bailiff, who's fastest on the racetrack, going to go through on Ciccotti there. Looks like he got the nose in, and Ciccotti just keeps him pinned there in the apex. And for Finnegan Bailiff, not able to get through, but that's going to release James Overbeck here to set his sights on Oliver Hodgson. Overbeck still looking for that maiden national win, and Oliver Hodgson just looking to pick up another trophy here this weekend, Xander.
Yeah, the good news for James Overbeck, with Ciccotti focused on defending his spot more than charging back up to him, he's got a one-on-one duo. The bad news is Oliver Hodgson has the most experience of anyone in the field. He sat on the pole with the Supernats in X30 Pro just a few months prior. He's a winner multiple times over in the Stars Series. He's probably got the best winning percentage in the entire field when it comes to Stars events, because he doesn't run the full season. They run a very limited national schedule and spend a lot of their time doing driver training and local events. But when he's here, he's normally at the front, as here's Bailiff inside on Ciccotti, and Lemke's going to feed him a wheel there. And unfortunately for Theo, that was a little bit overdue when you play too aggressive too early. This field of seniors, they will not take kindly to it. And he tried to fight the pass, was fighting at every moment. And sadly, Brandon Lemke says, that's enough of that. You're going to the weeds.
Yeah, now Finnegan Bailiff and Brandon Lemke going to work together to get up to James Overbeck and Oliver Hodgson here. So let's see how long it takes for Lemke and Bailiff to get up there. Overbeck still being patient with Hodgson, seeing where he's quicker on the racetrack, where Hodgson's quicker, where Overbeck's quicker himself. So for James Overbeck, definitely going to bide his time here and learn from a veteran like Oliver Hodgson.
Yeah, I mean, Oliver Hodgson is super smooth, plenty of laps under his belt. He knows exactly where to position that go-kart when it comes to a last lap battle, but he's also fantastic at putting clean laps together. And James Overbeck is giving him that opportunity, that chance to hit his marks and pull the two of them away from the pack. Overbeck is up about a second to Bailiff and Lemke as of right now. Actually mark it at 1.1 seconds. But look at the pack behind the top four. You watch the two tandems going, and this is where Theo Ciccotti has faded, and they are all just swarming in on the comp car driver there. That was Jackson Wolney trying to go as well and follow Drew James through, but ultimately Ciccotti slammed the door shut. He hangs on to sixth, and that's triggered a massive fight behind. Look at Marco Maestranzi, the B pre-final pole man and leader, has clawed his way well into the top 10, and through through the battling is still in the mix.
Yeah, so everybody able to get through there and continue to battle out there. Woney looked like he wanted to go through and just thought better of it at the last second. That could have been pretty gnarly there in the I-70 hairpin. Mastronzi still pushing forward, and with working with Jackson Woney here, they're behind Drew James. Was able to get ahead of Kakati there, who's now going to look to go back probably on Drew James. Nonetheless, the leaders still stay pretty stagnant. Oliver Hodgson still leading us away. James Overbeck there still in second. Finnegan Bailiff and Brandon Lemke still working together to get up to the rear bumper of the top two here. And, with the maturity in this field and with the maturity in the mid-pack here, I really would be surprised to see a lot of movement and a lot of passes at this stage of the race.
Yeah, I mean, there definitely was a bit for a moment, but that's just because they kind of had to go. When it's, they get side by side and tripped up in front of you, you got to make moves. And if you're in Marco Mastronzi's case, it feels like everybody's slower because you've just been carving up and passing a guy lap after lap. As you see him go by on Jackson Wolney, he's the only exception. The rest of them in this group are just kind of, riding at this point. Maybe passing here when it's available, but not trying to throw the race away because there's still time to make up more spots and catch the next groups in front. Mastronzi from way back to 7th, and he's got a chance to probably get as high as 5th if he can run down Drew James and Theo Kakati. Let's see if Kakati goes in the cell tower here. He's on the bumper. He will not. He'll stay tucked in behind Drew James for now.
Yeah, so at the moment, they continue to stay in line, and a good showing for Drew James in his first time racing for a team here, and doing a good job. But Kakati looked to go back, not close enough that time by for Theo, and just thought better of it. Look back, and there you have it. Marco Mastronzi continuing to close down the gap to the two drivers. They're on the edge of your screen, the Comp Kart and the Kart Republic of Kakati and Drew James respectively. And for the Paralyn machine, getting closer and closer every single lap here. So let's see what it looks like for Mastronzi. Some moves. There's Eli Warren inside of Jackson Woney. He's able to get clear. Now Mastronzi going to get to work on Drew James, who was passed by Theo Kakati the last time around. There goes Mastronzi inside and clear into the shark fin.
Mastronzi now up to 6th. What an incredible drive from 31st for Marco Mastronzi. Theo Kakati still hanging on to the edge of the top 5. While you watch the margins, we saw the leaders go through. Nothing has changed. It's still 1.1 seconds from Oliver Hodgson back to Finnegan Bailiff in 3rd and Brandon Lemke in 4th. They have now made up any ground, but they also haven't lost any ground as Jackson Wolney now sending it on Drew James. Warren does the same to his teammate and Luke Powers. And lurking on there still is the Comp Kart entry in 11th with a good run going for Chris Harrower, as here's Eli Warren looking low on Drew James. He gets through, and James ends up losing about 2-3 spots there as Austin Olds slips by there for 11th.
Yeah, unfortunate couple of corners there for Drew James. He's now behind. He's now ahead, of his teammate Noah Jackson, who looks to get the move done as well on his teammate. And
I think he's got a problem, Caleb. He keeps looking down at that motor, try to make an adjustment, and he is slowing tremendously. Drew James in that white and orange Kart Republic that we just saw is fading fast out of this pack right here. And what a heartbreaking end to this day it could be for Drew James. There he is. He's already now been passed by Mick Gabriel. So that's Noah Jackson, but behind him, Drew James has continued to fade. There's more spots going by. I don't know if it's a throttle issue or fuel line, but he is slowing majorly, and what a disappointing end to what a good run he had going. Looks like it might be a broken throttle cable with the way that he's having his hand over by in front of the motor. Whatever it is, it's taking him out of contention here, and this is should not be the way it's written because he had such a good run going and hovered the top 5 in his heats. In his pre-final, Drew James definitely proved that he has what it takes to run at the front, but it's not going to be rewarded with some hardware here today. 30 seconds plus 2 laps to go, though. Hodgson and Overbeck opening the gap a little bit now. Back to Lemke and Bailiff, who traded 3rd and 4th once again. Now it's 1.4 seconds with 3 laps to go. And behind them, Theo Kakati still hanging on for dear life with Marco Mastronzi pressuring him. This is going to be a heated battle for that 5th spot while the leaders take their time to battle. Check it out. Mastronzi's gone around Kakati. Does Kakati send it right back on him? He can't do it. He's not close enough in that shark fin. He will be close enough in the infield hairpin if he wants to try a major diver, but I don't think he will. And Jackson Wolney has clawed his way back up to the rear bumper of the 2 of them in this fight for 5th. That's, again, 5th, 6th, 7th through the green corner.
Yeah, and a couple of updates on some drivers that started further back in the field. Mick Gabriel up to 13th here after starting close to the 29th position at the start of this main event. So a good drive up for Mick Gabriel, Sawyer Roussel as well, who raced his way in from the pre-final B. So a couple of other drivers as well working their way up the field. But from Mastronzi, started 31st in this main event and already doing a good job here.
Yeah, so 31st to 5th for Marco Mastronzi. But up front, here it is, a multi-time race winner, one of the most highly decorated drivers that we have on the North American karting scene, Oliver Hodgson, versus a young driver looking for his first career win to, in his mind, rightfully earn a #1 plate. James Overbeck won the KA Stars Championship off a string of consistent runs earlier this weekend on one of the many social pieces of content we made for Kart Chaser. Chase Jones noted that he cannot outrun the podium allegations. James Overbeck is safely in a podium spot now, but can he get a first career win against one of the best in the business, one of the drivers paid to do it? Oliver Hodgson leads us with a lap and a half to go to the cell tower.
When they get to the stripe, it's going to be the white flag in the air, and James Overbeck has had pretty good runs there on the exit of the final corner. He has a pretty good run this time by, but knowing James Overbeck, I think he's going to wait. He's been super patient, bided his time, but Brandon Lemke absolutely rolling here and pulling away from Finnegan Bailiff, who's in fourth. And so the last couple of corners, James Overbeck going to have the best run and the best shot this time by when they get to the white flag.
Hodgson will know it. He'll easily cover off that inside lane. He's already fading low here down the front stretch. Overbeck looking. Where does he find a hole? He's going to send it to the high side in turn #1. Hodgson covering the bottom really well, but he makes a mistake. A rare mistake from Oliver Hodgson, drops a tire. Now it's Overbeck to the lead through the shark fin. Here we go. Hodgson again sliding wide. Overbeck, a nice line as he looks back. If he can string the rest of this lap together perfectly, he might be able to keep that gap. But again, Oliver Hodgson, a rare mistake. He will not make that mistake again. He's already charging the corners to make up the margin through the kink.
Yeah, and a very uncharacteristic there for Hodgson, but everything falling into the lap here of James Overbeck. He has a car length in between himself and Hodgson. He's going to defend low. Hodgson going to close down that gap there on the exit. Overbeck holding on with everything that he's got to get his first national win.
Hodgson still can't get him here coming out of the horseshoe. 2 major passing zones left. Overbeck knows it. He's going to go center track down the short chute. He's just got to cover off the left as well. Hodgson nowhere to go. High, low. Overbeck still low here in the double rights. Hodgson trying to get a nose down low, and he does! Oliver Hodgson back through, and Oliver Hodgson steals the win back away and wins the KA Stars main. Overbeck second, Lemke third, and what a heartbreaking, gut-wrenching moment for James Overbeck. Did everything he could, and on the last 2 corners, one of the best pulls off another stunner. Oliver Hodgson with the textbook over-under in the second to last corner, and he had his number by the time they got to the final turn on the racetrack. You saw Tony Lishak, one of the MDR BJR mechanics, looking on, and I'm sure just having riding along with James Overbeck in his mind and feeling that same moment of despair as the Brit, the sneaky Brit, gets a win with a last-second effort to make up for that one bobble he had early in the lap. Overbeck second, Lemke third, Bailiff fourth, Jackson Wolney fifth, Marco Mastronzi sixth, Theo Cacotti seventh, Luke Powers, Chris Harrower, Eli Warren, Austin Olds, Mick Gabriel. We can always count on Mick Gabriel to give us a show if there's a rain race prior to it. He doesn't run in the rain, so it puts him from the rear. He drives from 30th up to 12th in the dry. Noah Jackson, then back from him, Alex Feldstein, Sam Avrutsky. Here's the rest of the top 30. And we start to get down to the drivers that had rougher runs, like Alan Isambard and Logan Mueller, who collided early on. They end up down in 29th and 30th. And then finally, your last few drivers that finished, I believe Mueller actually might have been the last one across the line. Heartbreak once again for Drew James. 31st is what he's going to get scored in the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic. The 929. Such a good performance all weekend. Such a good run in his debut with Trinity. And just can't get the luck to go his way to close it off. Nothing of his doing, just a mechanical issue on his end. There you can see Brandon Lemke and Finnegan Bailiff catching up after that one. Lemke, like you said, Caleb, a rocket ship at the end, and for what it feels like probably the second race in a row, just too little too late for the Wisconsin Wonder Kid. He ends up with a podium once again. Second in the X30 Pro Main at the U.S. Pro Car Series there, and third here in K. A little word there from Lucas Szabo. I don't know if, yeah, I guess him and Lemke's moment earlier in the race with all that carnage, he obviously wanted to say something to Brandon about it. But that was very early on. It sent Szabo to the wayside. He was able to claw back up a little bit and still finish, relatively okay in 27th. But again, relatively speaking, Lucas Szabo was in the top 10 all weekend. So there you go for KA Stars. Oliver Hodgson, what a performance. And, he made it exciting for us, Caleb. He gave us a window, gave us and gave James Overbeck a whole lot of hope, just to break his heart there on the final two turns.
Yeah, and it just shows you the experience of Oliver Hodgson, staying composed, keeping your head down, pushing, and that's just really a big lesson to all drivers and all kids around the paddock, right? A guy with the experience and, the knowledge of Oliver Hodgson dropped the tire there, made a mistake, almost costed himself the race and the race win. And James Overbeck had a good gap, but Hodgson kept pushing, did what he had to do, made it look easy at the end, but it was hard for him to get that move done on James Overbeck, but he was able to stay composed, got the win. And for James Overbeck, it's been a while since he's been on the podium. Last time at Orlando at the beginning of the year, where he did a full 360 and then ended on the podium. But this time, it's been quite a while, but back on the podium here this weekend for James Overbeck, and be good championship points haul for him. And Brandon Lemke as well. A little too late, but definitely something to take away from here this weekend. And Finnegan Bailiff, what's been a spell of bad luck after his big win in Orlando at the start of the year as well. A good start, and for Jackson Wolney. So everybody with a good showing here so far. In a couple of minutes' time, we'll go green with our OKNJs, where we'll see Lucas Palacio, John Antonino look to go back for back with 2 crowns for the King of the Castle here. The OKNJ engines come to life here as we get set to go green. Yesterday in the pre-final, it was Chase Gasquet who took the win, but after post-race tech, failed and was disqualified starting at the tail end of the field. That hands it now to Gage Korn and I believe Forrest Adams starting on the front row alongside each other here shortly. So yes, Gage Korn starting on the inside, Forrest Adams on the outside. Mad Max Weiland on row 2 alongside the young 10-year-old and rookie Lucas Palacio. Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Isaac Malquit on the third row. And you go back to Davin Roberts and John Antonino, who looks to go back-to-back here today with 2 wins in the junior final main events here. So that's Davin Roberts, John Antonino. Then you go back to Michael McGoy, your round 1 winner at the end of the first round, and Chase Gasquet starting Shotgun Charlie on the field further back. But a lot of work to do here for these drivers, and for Forrest Adams and Gage Korn, they look set here to put on a show with everybody been mixing it up there and battling. We've seen a little bit of a field spread at some points in the weekend, but still battles all the way throughout. Gage Korn, the MPG Academy driver, and Forrest Adams, the BJR MDR driver, getting set to go green with a Magic Kart on the second row alongside a Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic. Kemper Jr., privateer here this weekend with Isaac Malkwood as well. They get set to go green, and into the tram lines they go here.
Final semi-pro main of the day, and a mixed bag for our grid after the rain through the heats and a crazy pre-final. We're underway. Look at Max Weiland sending it on the inside from third. He'll take over the top spot as Forrest Adams gets shuffled to the wayside. He'll lose about 3 or 4 positions. It's Weiland to Korn to McGoy, and oh no, sideways for Tyrone Kemper Jr. and as well for Lucas Palacio as chaos ensues out of the shark fin.
Yeah, and for Forrest Adams as well, start on the front row, unfortunately, all the way fighting for the 9th spot here. So unfortunate start for Forrest Adams and Lucas Palacio side by side. Antonino looking to go through on Roberts, and then Malquit battling with Antonino here still. So all these drivers fighting, pushing, and shoving elbows out all the way through here in the first lap. For Chase Gassiet-Lee, finds himself making up a couple of spots here at the start, but still some work to do for now. As you see, Michael McGoy and Davin Roberts continue to fight. Sorry, that was Malquit and Roberts continue to fight. And everybody cycling through. Chase Gassiet-Lee from last, already ahead of Davin Roberts here. So in fourth here for Chase Gassiet-Lee.
Yeah, Chase Gassiet-Lee, a nice bit of fresh air compared to his luck in that KA Junior main as they head down the front stretch. And the gap's pretty evenly matched out for the top 3 in front of him. If they get close enough to fight, he's got a chance to march his way towards the lead. McGoy, so fast in Charlotte. He looks sporty again here from the drop of the green. Can the RPM Tony Car driver, the junior rookie, double up here on OKNJ wins this season? Gage Korn, similar story for him from Charlotte Motor Speedway. A slow start to the weekend that slowly just got better and better. And right now, safely running in a podium spot, trying to make his way to Max Weiland as there's a good scrap further back. The leaders are kind of, gapped a little bit, but that 4-car group that we saw for a moment behind John Antonino, check it out here. Tyrone Kemper Jr., Isaac Malcutt, who was in the mix at Charlotte, Forrest Adams, who started on the off-pole spot, and returning international superstar and Swift Stars champ Lucas Palacio is right there. So this 4-car group, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th, duking it out here as there's a move. Malcutt is clear on Kemper, and Palacio clear on Forrest Adams.
Yeah, good move there by Palacio to work his way through that time by. Now going to have Tyrone Kemper Jr. In his sights as we have a change here. Michael McGoy inside and clear of Gage Korn, and Chase Gassiet-Lee now going to close down his gap. Further back, Roberts, Antonino, and then this group where Lucas Palacio has come out in the front with Malquit losing the spot to Palacio and Forrest Adams respectively, and then Tyrone Kemper Jr., Shotgun Charlie on the field here at the moment.
Well, while we've got the OKNJ drivers here who continue to gain some more experience on this package, let's talk to one of the most experienced drivers in the paddock as Gassiet-Lee gets by Korn into third, drops a tire, gets a little bit sideways. He's going to fend off low, and Antonino's going to go by his teammate, and Davin Roberts will follow to take over the 6th position. Korn back to 7th now, or back to 6th, sorry. Roberts into 5th. But your leader, Max Weiland, with a little gap to Gage Korn. Let's talk to King of the Castle from KA Stars, Oliver Hodgson. Oliver, you got a lot of years racing. You don't have you're getting to the point where you got a lot of years now in the U.S., but you like to make things interesting, it feels like, because that's what that last lap was, huh?
Yeah, well, certainly wasn't my best work on the last lap, but very happy to get it done, and it's always interesting in the US because they got pretty strict blocking rules, so I could have done a much better job with that first corner. I was very excited to see we kind of had 2 of my teammates doing great. I really feel like Theo Kakati probably could have took the lead away from me, and we really could have ended up with 2 karts in the top 3 here. I'm very excited to see Chris Hauer in the top 10 there. He's coming on a long way, and really excited to see him driving well this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, we all know that's that at this point in your career, that might almost feel better than a race win to see some of your prodigies, some of the drivers you've developed so well, run as well as they did, like you said, in the top 10 comfortably through that main. What has been the things you can take away for them from this event? What have you learned from getting back in a KA kart this year?
Yeah, so interesting. 2 new sets of tires in terms of the slicks and the wets for me. I think the biggest thing is just getting a feel for the competition, and these wets are very soft, so I definitely learned a lesson yesterday that I had to be way more gentle than normal in the rain.
Now, Oliver, we know you guys have a limited national schedule, but can you let us in a little bit? I believe the schedule's posted. You guys are kind of picking and dotting a couple of the major events here over the summer.
Yeah, so I actually really like the schedule I have because it really kind of sits in well with my with the coaching program. So it enables me to focus on coaching drivers and hit big events, and you'll see us out at the Spring Nationals.
All right, well, that's a quick turnaround for you. Just a little bit down the road in 2 weeks. Oliver, congratulations. You've got a crown now to add to your U.S. trophy collection. I'm making mistakes there. I'll match yours here from that main, but congratulations, buddy.
Thank you very much.
All right, that's Oliver Hodgson, King of the Castle in KA Stars. And again, as he mentioned, maybe not his best work, but hey, at the end of the day, the score charts, the scoreboard, the leaderboard pylon, it reads Oliver Hodgson, number 59 at the top here in KA. Now, back to OKNJ. Big change beyond the top 2. Antonino's gone back around Chase Gassey at Lee. Davin Roberts is still 5th, but he's gotten a pretty sizable gap back to Gage Korn. And 3rd, 4th, and 5th, they all started to make some inroads towards Mad Max Weiland last time by.
Yeah, so everybody closing down that gap to Max Weiland, who has a lot of pace in the early stages of this race, but a very long race to go still. Just under 9 minutes here for Max Weiland, and anything can happen for Michael McGoy. He was the opening round winner at the Charlotte Motor Speedway for the Queen City Gambit, but this weekend they crowned some kings here. So let's see what it looks like for Davin Roberts, getting even closer to the National Motorsports machine at Chase Gassey Lee that time around. And Lucas Palacio further back ahead of Forrest Adams here at the moment, and Isaac Malquit and Tyron Kemper Jr. So pretty spread out further back in the field here.
Yeah, finally they've kind of gotten some separation back there in the back 4. Malquit and Kemper obviously losing some ground to Forrest Adams. Took Forrest a minute to kind of get clear and get some good laps in, but he's gotten a healthy gap out back and is starting to chase towards Lucas Palacio. And, all that said, still only 3 seconds for the top 3, 4 for the top 4. And if they can track down Max Weiland, who is putting a really consistent main event together, they might have a chance to get into the fight. But really the big story is how fast John Antonino Jr. is, with one of the only opportunities, actually the only opportunity of the entire class field to double up and become a 2-time King of the Castle, or 2-time King in the same day. And that is already 1 check done in the check boxes, winning the KA Junior main. He might be able to do it right now. Look at how much he's closed up to McGoy, and both of them have significantly closed up to Max Weiland. It's 3 cars together for the race lead, and Antonino's going to get 1 spot closer to that double crown with a move in the cell tower.
Yeah, good move there by Antonino. Really had to work hard to close down that gap to McGoy and Max Weiland, who just falling off the pace here a little bit. Last time by for Antonino, he was 0.3 of a second quicker than McGoy and Weiland. So what does Antonino have in store here in the middle stage of this race? For Gage Korn, his teammate, was in 6th here at the moment and trying to close down the gap to Davin Roberts. But for Antonino, a good run down this main straightaway, hitting that rev limiter of the OKNJ package.
Yeah, John Antonino Jr. here trying to get closer and closer to Max Weiland as they go to the shark fin. We've still got so much time left, though, in this main, folks. And for those that are watching the timetable, we will be having podiums shortly following this OKNJ main event for the semi-pro categories, while we begin the prep for the Stars Championship Series Pro Show presented by Mazda Motorsports, featuring the OKN Stars main event first and then the Pro Stars category afterwards. We are a little bit behind the initial timetable, but we're going to run pretty much all according to schedule here to close out the day from Newcastle. 6 minutes plus 2 laps, he won't need that much time. Antonino's already right back there with Weiland coming out of the horseshoe.
Yeah, let's see what John Antonino can do going into turn number 13. Still not close enough to attempt the move there. And further back, you see Gasly starting to close down to the rear bumper of Michael McGoy. And Weiland going to look over his shoulder here in a second and see a lot of white, red, and black in his visor. Does Antonino have the run here going down the main straightaway into the I-70 hairpin? Not close enough as of yet that time by for John Antonino, and everybody just kind of 2 car lengths away from each other here inside the top 4, and for Davin Roberts about 3 car lengths away from Chase Gasly. The gap's staying pretty consistent here, but nobody really close enough to make any sort of move or even have a go at it. So for Antonino, still going to have to bide his time and keep hitting his marks, but has a really good exit there out of the scoreboard. Is he going to get it done in green corner? He does, inside and clear for John Antonino, who takes the lead of the race.
Yeah, great move for John Antonino Jr. To take over the top spot as they go into the cell tower. And don't look now, though. He is fast, and he was better than the 2 leaders on his way there. Chase Gasly, Davin Roberts have also majorly closed down the gap towards the front. Gasly is basically there. Roberts is only a little bit away as McGoy with a late send on Max Weiland there. That was nice through the final couple turns.
Yeah, Weiland dropped the tire there on the exit of turn 13. And Michael McGoy didn't wait. He took advantage and got the move done. Now Weiland going to look to go back. A lot of straight line speed there by Max Weiland. Went outside, inside, and clear of Michael McGoy. Gasly gets through. And for Max Weiland, an absolute rocket ship down the main straightaway. Gasly now inside of the shark fin. He's able to get clear. And all the while, John Antonino hasn't looked back and continues to push away from these drivers that continue to fight. Davin Roberts going to join the party here shortly.
Yeah, Davin Roberts is definitely close enough to really start to put some pressure on. He's not quite there to make anything happen yet, but his pace is going to bring him there before this is all said and done. So 5 up front, and again, keep an eye on the gaps behind as well. Lucas Palacio picked up 2/10 last time by to the race leader. He could also get a top 5 in his OKNJ American debut. Down the short chute, John Antonino Jr. getting hunted down by Chase Gasly. What will the gap be this time by? Gasly had to get through some traffic and has done that. Now the Nash Motorsports pilot has a massive gap and a head-to-head lap time battle ahead of him. 1 second, almost exactly, between first and second place on the racetrack. He needs roughly 2/10 a lap to get there.
Yeah, for Chase Gasly was super quick yesterday in the pre-final. Just hasn't had the time really to get up to John Antonino. Started at the rear of the field after disqualification, put him out of contention of the pre-final, but still has pace here in that Nash Motorsports machine. Was 2/10 of a second slower than Antonino, but let's see what it looks like as the race continues to progress. Just under 3 minutes to go, plus 2 laps for Chase Gasly and everybody else. For Max Weiland as well, who found himself in the first spot, but the majority of this race just fell back after dropping a tire to Chase Gasly and Antonino as well. But we know that Max Weiland is an absolute rocket ship down the main straightaway as McGoy there drops a tire, unfortunately, and loses some time to Davin Roberts, who may be in striking range this time. He is inside and clear of his teammate. So Davin Roberts up another spot.
Yeah, Davin Roberts might have a chance at the podium if he keeps his head down here. He's still got 6/10 or 5/10 or so to Max Weiland. Weiland got a big run that time down the front stretch, though. He might be a little bit better on gearing to Gasly, at least for top-end speed. That's going to make it even tougher for Davin to get there, but he can see it. He can almost taste that hardware to get a top 3 run here from a way back at an earlier point in this main. Leading the way, though, for John Antonino Jr., he's not safely clear yet. Last time around, 400's better for Chase Gasly. This time might even be even better than that. So John Antonino, while he got the lead and got a healthy gap, is going to be a little bit under pressure here from not one, but maybe 2 drivers, including one that he got by to take over the lead, as we head for what will probably be 3 laps to go this time by.
Yeah, with 1:14, lap times being around 1:09. definitely going to have 3 laps to go this time when they cross the stripe. So for John Antonino, has to keep it together here. Can't make any sort of mistake. Has to hit his marks to keep Chase Gasly at bay. 3 laps to go with just 50 seconds left on the clock. And then Max Weiland there with Davin Roberts, who seems to be closing down the gap there to the Magic Kart machine of Max Weiland, and Gasly Lee closing down his gap as well. 5 car lengths in between the two of them.
Chase Gasly Lee has been so close to that maiden national win. Obviously, John Antonino's won in 100cc competition. He'd love to get a win in the OKNJ class, but would this mean even more for the Florida native Chase Gasly Lee? You can see how much ground he made up just out of that infield hairpin alone. That Nash Motorsports EOS kart is rolling right now. 20 seconds plus 2 laps to go. He's probably down to maybe 3/10 away as they go to the cell tower. He ate him up last time by 4.5 tenths on the lap charts. So a massive run forward. As behind him, Max Weiland was on the charge, but at the end of that last lap, he made a bobble right here, and he almost does again as that left rear hangs off the edge of the surface coming out of the bus stop section through the final 2 turns. We're going to see the double sticks from Shaggy on the front stretch. 2 laps to go from Justin Dittrich. For John Antonino Jr., he needs 2 perfect ones to keep the hard-charging Chase Gasly at bay.
Yeah, and Davin Roberts has a really good run on Max Weiland down the main straightaway, but Max Weiland just absolute rocket ship on the main straightaway, keeping Davin Roberts at bay. Roberts can catch all the time and all the track space that he wants to in the infield, but when he gets to the straightaway, Max Weiland just pulls away. For Chase Gasly, catching Antonino in every section of the racetrack was a 10th quicker last time by, so that gap was at 5/10 of a second. Now it's at 4/10 of a second, and you see it get even closer into the green corner. Gasly definitely going to arrive on the scene here. Not enough, though, for Antonino to defend just yet.
No, not quite. He needs to be within about maybe a car length or 2, although Davin Roberts tried it from 2 car lengths away, and that's why Antonino left the door open. He had the same gap that Weiland did, and he knew that Gasly wasn't going to be able to get there. Davin, kudos to him for trying. Unfortunately, that's going to make that gap bigger now from 3rd to 4th. He'll have to go back to the drawing board and really find some pace on these last few corners in the last lap to get another run at the podium. Down the front stretch, the gap for the first time in a while stays about even. Only 3 thousandths better for Chase. He needs a big run, a monster run to turn 1. He got a good one there. Now he needs absolute perfection to give himself a chance.
They're going to need to set the best lap, and he's really set all weekend long. So what does Chase Gasly have into the scoreboard corner? Still not close enough. Antonino taking his normal racing line. And this is going to be hard for Chase Gasly to catch up, but he has a good run on into the green corner inside. John Antonino on the outside. Chase Gasly goes to the point.
Caught him by surprise. He hit the power band just a little bit earlier and got a massive run out of the infield. And now a massive lead. On the last lap, Chase Gasly takes over. And Antonino's got to be careful because Max Weiland is right there. So Weiland trying to pick up the pieces, maybe sneak a 2nd place away on the final shoot. Here we go, 3 turns to remain into the last couple corners. Antonino's got to worry about Weiland. He should be safe, but up front, it's a first career national win. Chase Gasly steals it away at OKNJ. He wins King of the Castle.
What a drive by Chase Gasly. Didn't give up. Had a monster run on the exit of the scoreboard hairpin and into the green corner. Got the move done. Chase Gasly is a national race winner. John Antonino 2nd, Max Weiland 3rd, Davin Roberts across the line 4th, Michael McGoy P5, and in his debut in the I guess USA junior classes for Lucas Palacio finishing 6th, Gage Korn 7th, Forrest Adams 8th, Isaac Malquit, a weekend to forget for them and for the PSL team 9th here, and Tyrone Kemper Jr. rounding up your top 10 and your 10 finishers there in the OKNJ category.
Yeah, what a run there for Chase Gasly here in the 113 Nash Motorsports machine. He's taking his time on the cool-down lap to make his way into the scale line and savoring every second of this moment. You always remember you're first when you get it done here. So congratulations to Chase. That, again, wraps up the racing action for our semi-pro finals. We've got the post-race ceremonies, podiums for the semi-pro categories as well coming up. Here's a look into the scale line. As you can see, the drivers roll on in and conclude the morning half of sessions Semi-pro podiums, again, will be next up. We'll feature those on the live stream, and then we'll get set to go into the Stars Championship Series Pro Show presented by Mazda Motorsports. There'll be a few moments, of course, for penalties, protests, post-race tech inspection and scrutineering to clear, so it'll take probably about another 5 or 10 minutes before the podiums do get underway. But you see a couple drivers flurrying towards the back of the scale line, and Chase Cassiat-Lee is a well-liked and well-respected member of this junior category, and I think all of them are going back to shake his hand and congratulate him on getting the monkey off his back and getting a big-time win there. So awesome stuff for Chase Cassiat-Lee. We'll go quiet on comms here for a little bit. We'll be getting ready to switch over to the Pro Show stream here momentarily, but before we switch to the Pro Show stream, we'll keep on this live stream with the semi-pro podiums. And, of course, to get through that, we've got to roll this scale line through and make sure all results are official. So that gives us a few moments to clear our heads and rest our voices for a second. We'll come back with a post-race interview with Chase Cassiat-Lee and, of course, podiums for all the semi-pro categories.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next, well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
We're at a commercial break.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
All right, before semi-pro podiums get underway, let's go down and we will chat with Chase Gassiet-Lee, our final of the OKNJ main event winner, our final King of the Castle winner from the semi-pro classes. And it's a first Stars win. It's a first national win. Congratulations to Chase. Let's send it down to Caleb.
Thank you, Xander. I'm here with Chase Gassiet-Lee. Chase, firstly, congrats on that race win, but it wasn't easy. The last lap. Walk me through what was going through your head there. You weren't in first place. There was a pretty big gap to John in the lead. What was going through your head there?
I saw I had a smaller gear than him down the straightaway, so I was hopefully just maybe going to try to pass him in turn one. Didn't get a chance, but I was catching through the infield, and he blocked for no reason, so I just passed into the green corner and just made it late pass and got it in there, and it just didn't look back.
Yeah, and who would you like to thank for that race win? Your first national win. Who would you like to thank, and how did that feel?
I want to thank my dad, my mom, Enzo, Helio, Nash, Coach Amado, Coach Link for all the help.
Sounds good. Well, congratulations, Chase, and we'll see you up here at the podium in just a couple minutes' time.
Thank you.
Back to you guys up in the booth.
There you have it from Chase Gassiet-Lee, our OKNJ main event winner. We'll be seeing him in a moment. That's why he's got his suit up, because it's time to celebrate our podium finishers from the semi-pro categories, and then we'll be getting set for the pro show presented by Mazda Motorsports. So hang tight, folks. More to come here from Newcastle.
And your race winner, Mr. David Galonia. So hold those trophies high over your head, gentlemen. High over your head, please. Round of applause for your KA 100 Masters podium finishers and your king of the castle, David Galonia. Next up, your Micro Swift class. In third, all the way from Curacao, Win Gottschalk. And finishing second, the Jamaican sensation, Zane Burgess. And your king of the castle in Micro Swift for the Ryan Perry Motorsports team, Jaden Francisco. High over your head, boys. Hold those trophies high over your heads. Round of applause for your podium finishers and your king of the castle, Jaden Francisco. Next for your Pro Masters and ROK Masters, in third place, Jake Fetter. And then in second, Matt Machiko. And your king of the castle in Pro Masters, the number 2 plate, Evan Batt. Back-to-back king of the castle wins for Evan Batt here. High over your head, gentlemen. High over your head for those trophies. Round of applause for your Pro Masters. And now, in third place for ROK, Skitchy Barn. In second place in your ROK Masters, the 514 of Diamandis Ortiz. And your winner and king of the castle, Mike Rivera. High over your heads. Round of applause for your ROK Masters, please. Round of applause, round of applause. Next, your KA 100 juniors in third place, Travis Pettit. We'll let Travis catch his breath here. In second, right there, you're good. In second, Nathan Dupuis. And your winner and king of the castle for the MPG Academy, John Antonino! All right, so hold those trophies high over your heads, please. And a round of applause here for your KA100 juniors and your king of the castle, John Antonino. Next, for your mini Swift stars here in third place, Nico Katowski. And in second, on what was a good drive up the field, Parker Ives. And your winner here this weekend and the king of the castle, Marco Salmon! Now trophies over your head, boys, trophies over your heads. Round of applause for your podium finishers and Swift stars here. And your king of the castle, once again, Marco Salmon. Next for your KA stars, finishing third, the Wisconsin Wonder Kid, Brendan Lemke. Next up in second and beating all podium allegations here this weekend, James Overbeck. And your king of the castle, all the way from the UK, Oliver Hodgson. Trophies over your head, guys. Trophies over your heads. And a round of applause for your podium finishers here at the king of the castle. And for Oliver Hodgson, your race winner. And finally here, for the last of our semi-pro classes, in the OKNJ final, in third place, Max Weiland. In second place, almost went back-to-back, John Antonino. And your race winner and king of the castle with an amazing last lap pass, Chase Gassioli. Hold those trophies up, boys. Hold those trophies up. And a final round of applause to your podium finishers in OKNJ.
And that wraps up our semi-pro show, folks. We're going to switch over to the pro show presented by Mazda Motorsports. So don't go anywhere. Two more action-packed main events are coming your way. It's the headline classes from the Stars Championship Series.